Mwenyezi Mungu amemfundisha mtume wake aombe dua ya nyongeza ama ziada, ila ziada ya elimu. Hakuna pahala Mwenyezi Mungu amemweleza mtume aombe ziada ya mali wala ziada ya umri wala ziada ya uongozi, lakini kuna aya Mwenyezi Mungu amemfunza mtume sallallahu alaihi wasallam akamwambia, wa qur rabbi zidni ilma. Ukiomba katika dua zako ewe Muhammad, usisahau kuomba haya maneno na kusema, ewe Mola wangu mlezi, na kuomba nizidishie elimu. Hakuna mfano wa elimu. Elimu ni rasilimali ambayo kwamba mtu yuko nayo, na elimu mtu anaisoma minal mahd ila lahad, toka anaingia duniani mpaka anaondoka duniani. Asili ya mwanadamu anazaliwa ni mjinga, ndo asili ya mwanadamu. Wallahu akhrajakum min butuni ummahatikum la ta'lamuna shay'a. Mwenyezi Mungu aliwatoa matumboni mwa mama zenu, hamjui lolote. Asili ya mwanadamu ni mjinga, anafika duniani, anajisumbua, anajituma, anafuta ujinga, elimu inaingia. Ndio maana Mwenyezi Mungu akamnyanyua mwenye elimu, qul hal yastawi alladhina ya'lamuna walladhina la ya'lamun. Sema, je, wako sawa baina ya hawa watu wawili, wanaojua na wasiojua? Bila shaka hawako sawa. Tutazidi kujigamba na mfano wenu, tutazidi kuona fakhri kama wananchi wa hii nchi, tutazidi kuona fakhri kama viongozi wa kidini, tukiwa tuna watu mfano wenu. Mwisho, Mwenyezi Mungu Subhanahu wa Ta'ala katika dini yetu ya Uislamu alimfadhilisha mbwa mwenye elimu kuliko mbwa mjinga. Kuna mbwa aina mbili, kuna mbwa mwenye elimu na mbwa mjinga. Katika dini yetu ya Kiislamu hatufai kula nyama ambayo kwamba haijachinjwa kwa ajili ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Yani unapochinja unasema bismillah. Maswahaba walikuwa wakienda kuwinda wakati wa mtume. Kuna wale mbwa ambao kwamba wako trained, wamepatiwa mafundisho rasmi ya kuwinda. Kuna siku maswahaba wamefika kwa kiwindo ama mnyama alowindwa, wakapata mbwa ambaye kwamba ni wao walomfunza mawindo, na kuna mbwa mwingine wa pili. Hawajui ni mbwa yupi alowinda yule mnyama. Mtume sallallahu alaihi wasallam akamfadhilisha yule mnyama ama mbwa ambaye kwamba ukimwona kiwindo unamwacha yule mbwa na kusema bismillah, tofauti na mbwa ambaye kwamba hana elimu. Wanazuoni wetu kwa hii hadithi ya mtume wakamzungumzia mbwa mwenye elimu ana daraja kuliko mbwa ambaye kwamba hana elimu, ama mbwa ambaye kwamba ana mafundisho ana daraja kuliko mbwa ambaye kwamba hana mafundisho. Tutazidi kuombea Mwenyezi Mungu awapatie busara, awapatie hikma, awazidishie maarifa, ili muendelee kulea watoto wa taifa letu la Kenya. Tutumie fursa hii kumkabili Mwenyezi Mungu kwa ajili ya maombi. Allahumma la tad'a lana dhanban illa ghafartah, wala hamman illa farajtah, ولا عسيرا إلا يسرته، ولا مريضا إلا شفيته، ولا ميتا إلا رحمته، ولا مسافرا إلا سلمته، ولا ضالا إلا هديته، ولا جاهلا إلا علمته، ولا جاهلا إلا علمته، ولا جاهلا إلا علمته. ربي زدنا علما وارزقنا فهما، ربي زدنا علما وارزقنا فهما، ربي زدنا علما وارزقنا فهما، برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. وصل اللهم على نبينا وحبيبنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه وسلم، والحمد لله رب العالمين. Kuna nukta, samahani nimesahau, nimeketi na jirani yangu, na hii ndio uzuri ya kuketi na watu wenye maarifa. Mtume wetu anatuambia ukiwa na sahiba mzuri ama rafiki mzuri ni mfano wa muuza miski, yule anayeuza mafuta mazuri. Ukiketi na yeye ama ukitangamana na yeye atakupaka mafuta mazuri, lakini ukitangamana na yule anayechoma zile chuma kwa moto ili aziyeyushe, basi atakuchomea nguo yako ama utatoka pale unanuka moshi. Katika dakika 2-3 nimeketi na rafiki yangu Jimmy wa Mbugu, akanizawadia akasema, nyinyi viongozi wa kidini mna role kubwa kwenye society. Katika kutupa jicho kwenye kitabu chake nikaona ni kitabu ambacho kwamba kina ushawishi mkubwa, Transformative Leadership, Today's Effective Leader. Kwa hakika naisi fakhari, nikasema sina cha kukulipa kwa huu msaada ambao kwamba umenipatia, kwa hiki kitabu ambacho kwamba umenipa, ila na mimi sadaka yangu nitawaeleza walimu wetu wapendwa kuhusu hichi kitabu. Fanyeni bidii, kila mmoja wenu asikikose, na kesho usije ukakaa kando yangu, usitotangaza kesho. Asanteni.
The same mood, let us invite Bishop Dr. Makimei.
Hakuna Mungu kama wewe. Hakuna.
Basi tusimame na kwaya. Ni vyema kusema hayo maneno. Remember, we are talking about thanksgiving unto God. Hakuna popote, hakuna mwenye ishara kubwa kama wewe Mungu. Hakuna ishara kubwa kama wewe Mungu. Si kwa majeshi wala silaha, ni kwa Roho Mtakatifu. Si kwa majeshi wala silaha, ni kwa Roho Mtakatifu. Kabla tuketi, I would wish to ask you to look at your neighbor and just look at him and see the creature that is before your eyes. You can imagine the way God is so creative that he brought that funny creature as 5 when I was in primary school, 72 times in a minute. Can you imagine the goodness of God? That beating of the heart can slow down or go fast, but if one misses, you are gone. That is one of the reasons why I told God I'll be thanking you every now and then. I decided to run away from complaints and I went to the side of thanksgiving. Another thing, in coordination, I want you to do this. Your left hand, you touch your nose, and then you crisscross your hand, you touch your ear. When I say change, you change. Eh? Are you okay? Higher, left hand, right. When I say change, depending on the speed, you try it, okay? Change. See, that alone can tell you we have so many reasons to thank God that you can coordinate. Hello? 1 Samuel chapter number 2, verse 5. There is a woman we call Hannah. Can you imagine this woman is saying a prayer And we know very well, before she got Samuel, she knelt down and told God, if you would remember me, your maidservant, and give me a male child, I will do this in thanksgiving. I'll bring that boy before you to serve you all the days of his life. Listen to me here, teachers, and everybody here. Even when you have nothing, you can afford to open your heart and promise God thanksgiving. This woman had no child, provoked by Peninnah, and she told God, if you give me a male child, ladies, listen to me. When you have gone through a season of childlessness, sometimes you can be tempted to pray what we call a careless or foolish prayer. This woman could have said, give me just any child. Even if it's a cripple, I will accept. Peninnah has been laughing at me. But the lady was so specific and sincere. Give me a male child, and I will give the male child to you to serve you. So the prayer in chapter 2, she says that the one who had only cries of childlessness is now a mother of 7. Where did she get 7 children? After donating Samuel, she was left with none. But God opened doors and more children came. How did they come? She only got 3 more boys and 2 girls. 5 of them. Where did 7 come from? Go and check on what we call Midrash writings, and you'll find this is what happened. When Hannah was getting 1 child, Peninnah was losing 2 to death. Imagine when Peninnah saw this, and she found that now I have only 2 remaining, and Hannah is increasing. She went and knelt before Hannah, and Peninnah said, in my camp there is death. In your camp there is life. I had over the 2 boys that you continue taking care of them. Listen to me. Wale wanakucheka leo hawajui ya kwamba ikiwa umefungua moyo wako kuwa mtu wa shukurani kwa Mungu, chochote chaweza kutendeka. Tusimame tuombe. Let's stand and pray. The power of thanksgiving. Even this morning, give thanks unto God. In all situations, give thanks unto the Lord. Let's pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you. Give you praise and honor. We count ourselves so privileged and blessed, even to know the Lord, you watch over each and every moment and every movement and every area of our lives. We surrender ourselves to you, and like this woman Hannah promised you, to give thanks unto you with whatever you gave her. We want to say, with whatever you have given us, the breath of life, the strength we have this morning, the intellect that we have, we subject ourselves to give thanks unto you. And we say, Father, that you may bless us today. Bless this program of the day. Bless our guests that are coming. We pray that you watch over the day and watch over our program. May we learn a lot. May we also take whatever we are gaining here to the next level of implementation. And we seek the spirit and the grace of excellence in whatsoever we do, even in our institutions. We thank and we bless you, for this is our prayer in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. God bless you.
Yes. Yes, we are now sure that we are in safe hands. Having gone through that session, we thank God. Look at your program and remember today we are very particular on time so that we can be able to cover what is set for the day. At this juncture, I'm inviting our Honorable Secretary, it's good to be reminded that I should not go with a lot of pressure on time. Now, let us have our national anthem. Let us have our national anthem, and then followed by the East African. Karibu, DJ, tuongoze.
Tusimame sote.
Thank you. We can be seated. Secretary General Kepsha, Madam Irene Yale, kindly take the podium.
Dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, our guests who are already with us, good morning. Salimiane, Salimiane, thank you so much. It's my hope that we have had a very good night and that we are set for today's proceedings. Welcome to our Rapporteur Report for the Kepsha 2024 National Annual General Conference on date 4th, that is yesterday, November 2024. So the 2024 Kepsha Annual General Conference, AGC, was called to order at 8:15 a.m. with a welcome by Mr. Meshach Roche, Kepsha Organizing and Publicity Secretary. This was followed by prayers led by Mr. Ali Abu and Bishop Makimei. The Kenya and East African community anthems were then played. The AGM and conference was formally convened at 8:30 a.m. by Madam Irene Yale, the Kepsha National Secretary. Mr. Fuad, the Kepsha National Vice Chair, outlined the Day 1 program and introduced the facilitators and the MC, Mr. Johnson Mwakazi. Madam Irene Yale recapped the 2023 AGM communique, which was then proposed by Mr. Ahmed Dego from Northeastern and Madam Irene Atieno Omole from Kisumu County. The highlights included 1. Kepsha's 20th anniversary, 2. Launch of the 2024-2028 strategic plan, and 3. 16 resolutions from the 19th AGM, and 4 acknowledgements to the government, Ministry of Education, and Teacher Service Commission. Mr. Davis Waithaka introduced Elimu Taking Schools Online as an initiative begun by ICT Authority to connect schools to the world. He encouraged public-private partnership in achieving the goal to digitize education. Mr. Wambogo Wakamau, a motivational speaker, engaged the delegates in a session promoting CBC products. Brookside Dairy Limited and the Cooperative Bank of Kenya Limited, that is gold sponsor, our gold sponsor, showcased their products and invited delegates to visit their exhibition tents for further engagement. Mr. Arnold Kipchumba from the Office of the First Lady and the program Mama Doing Good thanked Kepsha for the invitation to attend the 21st AGM. He noted that 1,000 schools had participated in the first Mazingira Award competition. The keynote address by Kepsha National Chairman, Mr. Johnson M. Zioka, on the conference theme, Transformative Leadership in the Digital Transition, underscored the following. 1, the role of guiding schools through digital transformation while ensuring inclusivity and sustainability. Number 2, the importance of integrating digital tools into curriculum delivery. And number 3, critical questions regarding the implementation of digital tools, inclusivity, and leadership skills. In addition, the Kepsha chairman recognized and thanked the members of the National Governing Council and the National Executive Board for their commitment. He acknowledged the KCB Group Limited, Coop Bank Limited, KICD, Zizi Afrique Foundation, Oxford University Press, Brookside, Save the Children, and Mount Kenya University for their support to Kepsha. He welcomed the delegates from Kakuma and Dadaab refugee camps and advocated for certification and issuance of TSC numbers to teachers serving in the refugee hosting communities. M-Pesa Foundation Academy presentation by David Ochieng Olo on the topic Leadership, Technology, and Innovation in Transforming Basic Education challenged the delegates to consider the following aspects of transformative leadership in education. 1, the evolving nature of education, including financial literacy and global citizenship. Number 2, pragmatism and the need to spice up the regular curriculum with contemporary programs such as community service learning. And number 3, innovative methods such as concept-based and project-based learning and their importance in instilling critical thinking and 21st century skills in learners. The session on inclusion of refugee teachers in the national education system by Mr. Bernard Orimbo from Save the Children indicated that 52% of the refugee population consists of children up to 17 years. There was need to incorporate refugee teachers into the national education system to enhance instruction quality and teacher well-being in the camps. Kurasa Africa presentation by the CEO, William Nguru, on the topic, how can emerging educational technologies revolutionize creativity and quality in our classrooms, featured the following. 1, the introduction of the Kurasa platform for CBC compliant curriculum management. And 2, real-time progress monitoring tools for teachers and parents. And 3, solutions aimed at simplifying teacher administrative tasks. The address by Mombasa Governor, His Excellency Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir, highlighted key educational achievements in his county, which included the following: infrastructure development, a student-sponsored program benefiting 400 students, the No Child Left Behind initiative, an ECDE school feeding program, a lunch program for 2024 KCSE candidates. Sponsor presentations featured contributions by Longhorn Publishers, Teach for Kenya, Oxford University Press, and Premier Credit. Moran Publishers was also one of them. The panel discussion, Unlocking the Prospects for Enhancing parental and community engagement in schools by addressing the digital divide, moderated by Sam Otieno from Zizi Afrique Foundation, focused on 1, parental engagement. That is, parents as key educators embracing technology and using SMS for communication. Number 2, technology access. That is, promoting device usage, tablets for teachers, and radio or SMS outreach to parents. The session by Madam Helen Avisa on the topic, How Transformative Leadership in Digital Education Can Drive Sustainable Junior Secondary School, covered the following. 1, Kenya's mandate for free and compulsory basic education and the CBC goals for junior school education. 2, challenges such as regional disparities, economic barriers, gender inequities, the digital divide, inadequate facilities, and teacher competency variability. Number 3, strategies for enhancing junior school quality and equity, including resource mobilization, school-based teacher development programs, and community programs for girls' education. And lastly, key roles for school leadership in transitioning the JS quality. The session on balancing tradition and innovation, hosted by Semastia CEO Jacinta Akasa, showcased achievements by school leaders, including 1, projects such as ICT hubs, poultry farming, tree nurseries. Number 2, challenges such as the digital divide, ICT training for teachers, cybersecurity, device constraints. And 3, solutions such as content monitoring, students aware.
Mainstreaming financial literacy in the digital era, equipping learners with the skills for sustainable future. We shall then have mental health and psychosocial support for teachers, where Salome Gachina, master trainer, will be on stage to take us through that theme. We shall have technology-driven transformation in fostering inclusive, creative, and quality learning for the 21st century, where Professor Charles Ongondo, Director and CEO, KICD, will be on stage to share with us. At 10 a.m. to 10:35, we shall have a panel discussion. And the following will be on stage: Stephen Barongo, Director of Primary Education, Minister of Education, talking on policy, legislative, and institutional frameworks. Then we shall have Hassan Edwale, HSC, Director, Junior School, Minister of Education, on breaking environmental barriers to accelerate technology integration in primary and junior education system. Then we shall have Frederick Hager, Director of Special Needs Education from the Ministry of Education, on harnessing adaptive learning technologies to address the individual needs of learners. Evelyn Ooko, Director of Quality Assurance and Standards, Ministry of Education, on bridging policy and practice to enhance technology integration. Barnabas Kaisang, Director ICT NEMIS, Ministry of Education, leading the transition to KEMIS while ensuring effective e-waste management for sustainability. The moderator will be Dr. Elias Abdi, OGW. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, you have the program. You will be able to go through the program and understand for yourself. But I want to mention that this is the day when we are going to have the official opening of this conference. Allow me now, ladies and gentlemen, to invite our professional MC, Mr. Mwakazi, who is in the house, to take us, and invite the first facilitator. Mwakazi.
Thank you. Wow, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Jirani yako ni kama yule anayeuza miski. Miski mlifahamu nini? Mafuta yanayonukia mazuri, vizuri sana. Tell the person seated next to you, successful people look like you. Oh yes, so we've turned this place into a place of success. Eyes on the screen, eyes on the screen. Today is a major day. Let's have the screen ready. Our program is clear. And because of time, ladies and gentlemen, all our speakers, we are 1 hour behind. So I'd kindly request that we work together. We have the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service joining us later on today. So please be ready. So stay put. Let's finish together the way we've started. Of course, yesterday we had the governor, and we will be having the chairman TSC joining us later on. Of course, the chairman. Of course, we'll be having the KCB Bank Group Chief Executive Officer joining us. So it's going to be a loaded program. So be ready to engage. Wale wote ambao wako nje, asanteni sana. We have 2 domes, one on your left and the other on your right. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to start. It's 54 minutes past 8. That means 6 minutes to the top of the hour. For all the speakers will be timed. If you hear the sound of a clock ticking, please know that you have only 1 minute to wind up. And if you hear music, a music background, I'd kindly request that you wind up. You have the program. Ladies and gentlemen, eyes on the screen. Eyes on the screen once again. In football, it doesn't matter your technique. If you're not scoring goals, people won't follow you. You see, our friend had the technique. He was doing it, he was nailing it, but he had it. I mean, he has everything. But the most important thing, he missed it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's possible to start well, but we must finish. We must finish. So let's finish together, ladies and gentlemen. To start us off, in 10 minutes, a big round of applause to Longhorn Publishers, our key sponsor, one of the key sponsors. Makofi yao tafadhali. 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes. Karibuni. Asante sana. Are you here? Longhorn. Asante sana. Longhorn.
Weko, 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 weko,
Mabibi na mabwana, hamjambo. Hamjambo. Salamu alaikum. Salamu alaikum. Wazee wangu shikamoo. Shikamoo. Jina langu ni Julie Busolo. Mimi ni mhariri kutoka shirika la Longhorn. Leo hii nina furaha kuwa hapa. Na wanasema kuwa mabadiliko yapo, yamekuwepo na yatazidi kuwepo. Lakini tunaambiwa pia mabadiliko yajapo hatuna budi ila kuyakubali. Ndio maana shirika la Longhorn linahusika sana katika mabadiliko haya, na mabadiliko makubwa zaidi ambayo tunazidi kuona ni katika ukuaji wa lugha. Lugha ya Kiswahili inakuwa, na shirika la Longhorn liko katika mstari wa mbele kuhakikisha kwamba tunawaletea ukuaji wa lugha hii moja kwa moja jinsi unavyotokea. Hatufanyi hivyo peke yetu, ila tunashirikiana na wataalamu wa lugha, wataalamu ambao ni tajika, wakiwemo BAKITA, yani Baraza la Kiswahili la Taifa nchini Tanzania. Na leo hii nina habari mpya kwenu kuambia kwamba tuna toleo la 5 la kamusi ya karne ya 21. Mabadiliko ambayo yalichangia katika kuwepo kwa toleo hili ni mabadiliko katika elimu, tiba, sayansi, pamoja na teknolojia ya habari na mawasiliano. Tumeboresha kamusi yetu ya karne ya 21 kwa kuongeza vidahizo au maneno ambayo yanatokana na mabadiliko haya. Na ndio maana nitawapeleka mbio tu kuhusiana na kamusi hii ambayo ni toleo la 5. Mwanzo, toleo hili lina muonekano mpya na tunawakaribisha katika ukumbi wetu ili muweze kuona muonekano wa toleo lenyewe. Tumeongeza vidahizo vipya ambavyo vinahusisha mabadiliko katika teknolojia ya habari na mawasiliano, elimu, sayansi, pamoja na tiba. Nitawapa tu mfano mmoja. Kila mtu ana simu yake, sio? Simu yako ili isivunjike, unaweka kifaa fulani ambacho kinasaidia katika kukinga simu yako na kuisaidia isivunjike. Kifaa hicho kina jina ambalo linaitwa kihame screen, ambayo tunaita screen protector. Utakapochukua toleo letu la 5, utapata neno hilo. Mbali na neno hilo kuwepo, tumekupa hadi mchoro wa kukuonesha kwamba hiki ndicho kihame screen, yani screen protector. Miaka 2 iliyopita kulikuwa na ugonjwa ambao ulienea kwa kasi sana ulimwenguni. Kwa hivyo ugonjwa huu pia tuliuita COVID-19. Na ugonjwa unaoenea kwa kasi zaidi una jina lake pia. Unaitwa ambotandavu. Neno hilo utalipata kwenye kamusi yetu toleo la 5. Na walipokuwa wakitibu wagonjwa hao, madaktari walishauriwa, au sisi sote pia tulishauriwa, tuvae full body PPE. Ndo inayoitwa vazi gubiko. Ukifungua toleo letu la 5 utapata maneno hayo pamoja na michoro.
Toleo jipya la kamusi ya karne ya 21 sasa linapatikana. Shirika la uchapishaji la Longhorn lina furaha kuwataarifu kuwa toleo la 5 la kamusi ya karne ya 21 limezinduliwa. Kamusi hii imeboreshwa kwa vidahizo vipya vyenye maelezo yaliyosanifiwa. Kuna istilahi za kisasa kuhusu tiba, utawala, sayansi, elimu, dini pamoja na teknolojia ya habari na mawasiliano. Kamusi hii ni nyenzo muhimu kwa mwanafunzi, mwalimu au yeyote anayejivunia na kuienzi lugha ya Kiswahili. Pata nakala yako leo. Hali kadhalika, tuna kamusi bora ya watoto. Kamusi hii ni nyenzo muhimu kwa wanafunzi wa kiwango cha gredi ya 1 hadi gredi ya 3. Imeandikwa kwa ustadi kwa kujumuisha michoro ya kupendeza ambayo imetumika kufafanua dhana kwa urahisi. Maelezo ya vidahizo katika kamusi hii ni mafupi na yanayoeleweka kwa urahisi. Usikose kupata nakala yako sasa.
Longhorn Publishers, expanding minds.
Asante sana. Ningependa kumwalika bibi yetu tafadhali Sekretari Kepsha aje atusaidie katika uzinduzi wa kamusi ya karne ya 21, ambapo pia tumekuongezea kamusi bora ya watoto ambayo itatumika kwa wanafunzi walio katika kiwango cha chini, yani grade ya 1, ya 2 na ya 3. Kisha watakapokamilisha hivyo waanze na kamusi ya karne ya 21. Asante bibie, karibu.
Asante sana. Makofi tafadhali. Longhorn Publishers wakizindua kamusi hapo.
Wapo ni muonekano mpya wa jalada, kamusi ya karne ya 21. Karibieni kwenye ukumbi wetu ili mpate nakala zenu. Tuna zawadi pia ambayo tutamkabidhi ili aweze kuangalia kamusi hiyo na awadhibitishie kuwa ni kamusi ya karne ya 25 toleo la 5 kamusi ya karne ya 21. Karibu.
Asante sana.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, can we clap for them? Wamefanya kazi mzuri, wamefanya kazi yetu kuwa rahisi. Please, let us clap for them properly. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much, Longhorn, for the wonderful work that you are doing in assisting us, especially in matters CBC. They started so well. Wamesema ya kwamba la change is a must. And therefore we are in CBC, and that is it. Thank you so much for assisting us in going through the changes in CBC. Asanteni sana. Let us clap for them once again. And make sure that you also take one to your school. Go and see whether it is the right thing that we need to use in our schools. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Longhorn, makofi yao tafadhali. Asante sana. Up next.
Tungependa kumuita Bwana Hussein. Karibu. Ili upokee nakala yako.
Asante sana, Longhorn Publishers.
Asanteni sana, na tutazidi kuwafanyia marekebisho ya hapa na pale kadri lugha inavyozidi kuwepo, nasi tupo ili kuwaletea mambo hayo moja kwa moja kutoka shirika la Longhorn. Asanteni.
Longhorn, asante sana. Up next, wavumbuzi mko wapi? 2 minutes please, wavumbuzi. Wavumbuzi 2 minutes. Bwana Isaac, karibu sana.
Good morning. God is good, and all the time. I would like to start off with a quote, and this is the quote: "Digital technologies have revolutionized how we teach and how learners engage with knowledge." Those are not my words. Those are the words from our able Kepsha chair, Mr. Nzioka, when he did his presentation yesterday. And I'm here to share with you the experiences of one of those programs that is actually integrating digital technology in ensuring learners learn and in the class. My name is Isaac Maweu. I work with Wavumbuzi. Wavumbuzi is an entrepreneurship challenge for both junior school and also high school learners. It takes place once in a year, meaning that it is annual, and what it does And what it does is that it stimulates the learners to think like entrepreneurs. All speakers that were here yesterday were telling us how we need to redesign, to reimagine, to transform the education. So Wavumbuzi is coming in as a tool to equip our learners in the junior school and also in the high school and secondary school to be future entrepreneurs, to be future global leaders, and most importantly, to be the next generation of the entrepreneurs that we so need. So the cost of participating in this challenge is totally free of charge, as long as your school is connected to the internet and has internet connection. So what you need is your school to have a computer lab with devices and most importantly connected to internet. How it works is that learners are exposed or participate in the different quests. So over the years, we've been having different quests that have been offered to learners. And in this coming year, which is 2025, because of time, in 2025, these are the quests that our learners will have an opportunity to engage in. You can see we have different industry, we have public health, among many other. What I'll do is I will leave this screen open for the next few seconds for us to just scan and learn more about Wavumbuzi. Thank you and God bless you.
Asante, makofi tu Wavumbuzi, asante sana. Up next, Ta'alim Studies, Edward Nasoho. 2 minutes, please. 2 minutes, please. Take your stand. Asante sana. 2 minutes. Once you start, the timer will be on.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. My name is Edward Nasoho, working for Ta'alim Studies. Ta'alim Studies is a digital program that we are working closely with the schools across the country, across all the counties in the country. With Ta'alim, I want us to take through what we are offering. Ta'alim is an app that we can work on the phones that we are having, the smartphones, and also on the all digital devices. With the Ta'alim, we are having the learning materials for all the JSs, that includes the grade 7, 8, and 9, and we have also factored in the grade 4, 5, and 6. It is the only app that we are able to work out and have a management system of the school within the same app. We have also done the latest model by working out with the AI. Wherever you have a problem or want to generate your own notes, then you can easily go back to the AI called Bruno AI, where you can easily generate notes, you can easily generate also the assessment, and equally, you can be able to get answers from it. It is that I want to urge you across that when you want to go back, you can go to Play Store, that is Google Store, type the word Ta'alim Studies. Ta'alim Studies, then you can register your school, and finally forward the message to the number which is there. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, gentle ladies. Thank you, and may God bless you. Karibu Ta'alim. Asante.
Asante sana. Tunashukuru. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready. Sound, please. Sound, please. Please give me sound. The sound from the laptop, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for our first presentation. For the next 10 minutes, get ready to learn. We are focusing on empowering change, fostering collaborative leadership for enhanced collective impact to improve teaching and learning in Kenya's education system. Ladies and gentlemen, be ready to welcome our first speaker. Let's just have the screen set. Sound, please. A big round of applause to Madam Margaret Wawira, please. Karibu sana, Madam Margaret Wawira. Madam Margaret Wawira, please come forward so that we can start. Acting CEO, Regional Education Learning Initiative Africa, RELI Africa. 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. My name is Nyambura Thiongo. I am not Margaret Wawira. I'll be doing this presentation on behalf of the CEO, the Regional Education Learning Initiative Africa, and my presentation will be focusing on collective leadership for teaching and learning, and maybe the media team can help me with the slides. And as you do that, I'll just go ahead and introduce who we are. The Regional Education Learning Initiative Africa is a network of 60 organizations, and these organizations are based in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. So we have an East African network of members, and our focus areas are mainly on generating evidence on teaching and learning. We also focus on enhanced collective voice, which is actually one of the very big things that we as RELI are proud of. And we're also very keen on movement building, especially around issues of teachers, issues of learners, and issues of values and life skills, and you'll see as I progress with my presentation. Our programs and how we work at RELI Africa. Our programs and how we work at RELI Africa, we work through thematic areas of focus, and one of the areas that is of interest for the teachers in this room and for all the stakeholders that are in this room is the area around learner-centered teaching, where our members focus on understanding issues of teachers, working with stakeholders to also identify the gaps and the challenges that exist in the education space. We also work on issues of values and life skills, and you will notice that we have an action for life skills and values in East Africa, work that is ongoing within the 3 countries that I mentioned where we have our work ongoing. We also focus on equity and inclusion issues, and we are very keen particularly on those children that are in marginalized communities and those hard to reach areas. And finally, we also have a thematic area of focus on accountability. And we really work across these areas, and all of them are intertwined, so we do not separate all of them. And we work with the different stakeholders on the different areas. In our Kenyan context and culture, we have a proverb that talks about a small boy. And a small boy, really, if you think about them, they can break a single stick. But when you think about a very strong man and a bundle of sticks, no matter how much the man is strong, they cannot be able to break one stick. And so that is where our model comes from when you, in terms of the collective leadership and thinking about the amount of work that we can be able to do when we are a collective. As I said, we are 60 organizations. So as one organization, we're not able to do so much. But when we come together, and I believe it's the same model for Kepsha when you think about bringing all the teachers together to be able to have collective voice. And our model really, when we think about collective leadership, we focus on a few things that are very important to us. And there are quite many in terms of the benefits and the ideas of collective leadership. But these are the 4 that I'd like to speak about for this presentation. One of them is on inclusive participation, which is very critical for us in our model in RELI Africa, as we try and understand all our members and what they are doing, and also leverage on their efforts. We have a shared vision, and we have a strategic plan that really helps us to lead the way and sort of improve on the work that we are doing. We leverage a lot on the reflection and feedback from different stakeholders, and also our members who work across the whole country. And we're also risk takers. We take a lot of risk. The RELI Africa members, and you'll see in my last slide, will tell you that we take a lot of risks in the work that we do. And also, when we think about collective leadership for the work that we do, our model on this leadership and how we work is that we have a board of directors, and the board of directors is appointed by the members, and I'm glad that I can see one of the RELI Africa board of directors here, that is Dr. John Mugo. Thank you, Dr. John Mugo. We also have the country leadership teams that also help us achieve our mandate and our goal. And the country leadership teams are also inclusive, they are rotational, and they are also selected by the members. Again, I am glad that one of the country leadership team members is represented here, Mr. Samuel Otieno, both from Zizi Afrique, and Dr. John Mugo is also from Zizi Afrique Foundation. We also have our members who coalesce and how we work around one specific area. So our members come together and decide and think about an idea, and they rally around that idea to be able to work on the different initiatives that we have. So some of the benefits of this model and what we've seen in the 7 years that we've been in existence is that we've seen a lot of capacity, harnessing of capacity in terms of the member strengths and being able to leverage on each members. We have members that work across different areas and their strength lies in those areas, some in research, some in advocacy, and we leverage a lot on those initiatives and their strengths to be able to drive the work that we do. In terms of the other benefits, the amplified voice, in terms of calling attention to the important things, and I'd like to use an example for, on the CBC. And when we realized that there's a lot to learn in the CBC space as we implement the curriculum, we thought about what we can do to be able to learn together as organizations, and we have some ongoing work around action for life skills and values in East Africa that members really rally behind and are able to learn, including assessment. How do you assess these values and life skills that we're always talking about? And we are also able to build greater credibility, which includes fundraising. When we are one organization and you speak to a funder, they most often wonder how you are leveraging on the efforts of the other stakeholders in the space. And so we've been able to fundraise and bring a lot of fundraising opportunities to the members as the 60+ organizations. And one of the things I'd like to request with your neighbor, you can discuss what you think about the model and some of the things that you see within Kepsha. I think I still have like 3 minutes, so I can utilize one of those minutes to allow you to discuss with your neighbor on what do you think Kepsha can utilize, or what has Kepsha been doing around collective leadership. You can borrow from the RELI model, or you can borrow from what is already happening, or what Kepsha is already doing. I'll give you just 30 seconds. Let me reduce them to 30 seconds. With your neighbor, just discuss and talk to each other on what those models look like. I don't see people talking to each other. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for engaging with your neighbor on what you think about the RELI model, but also what you think Kepsha has been doing and other stakeholders have been doing around collective leadership for teaching and learning. Thank you all for that engagement. I will wind up with one of the slides about our thoughts on what we think Kepsha and other stakeholders could borrow in terms of applying that RELI Africa model. And we thought about a situation where you have one school leader having an idea and thinking about implementing it in their school, but also thinking about how do you share it with the other school leaders that are close to you or that are within your region to be able to create greater impact. We also thought about opening our schools, and the head teachers in this room can borrow this and open their schools as learning spaces, just so that the schools that really don't have a lot of resources can leverage on the efforts of the schools that are near them. And we have a lot of resource sharing within the schools. I know a lot of it is still being done. And then identifying projects that you can fundraise for and implement jointly. Funders are very critical when they hear people are collaborating and they're able to really identify how we are working together. And so we are proud and we are keen for partnerships and collaborations with different stakeholders and the work that we do. I will invite all of you to our RELI Africa booth and the Zizi Afrique booth at booth number 23 to come and hear more of the work that we are doing. And thank you very much. I believe I have utilized the 10 minutes very well. Thank you.
Asante sana. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, for the next 10 minutes as well.
He
is a visionary leader with over 21 years of extensive experience in the insurance industry. His journey from broking to underwriting has seen him evolve into a subject matter expert, particularly in health insurance across the East African market. His expertise is reinforced by a deep commitment to industry advancement as he champions industry interests, advocating for solutions to sector challenges. Please welcome the Old Mutual General Insurance Kenya Managing Director, Japheth Ogalo.
A big round of applause to Japheth Ogalo, talking on mainstreaming financial literacy in the digital era, equipping learners. Let's just have the... Aha, thank you so much. Ten minutes, please, once you start.
Good morning. To the Chief Guest, Head of Public Service, Mr. Felix Kosgei, CS Education, Mr. Julius Ogamba, Ministry of Education, Chairman TSC, the host today, Mr. Johnson Zioka, Chairman Kepsha, Kepsha National Executive Board and Governing Councils, Head of Schools, esteemed delegates and media, good morning once again. Today's gathering presents us with a vital opportunity to discuss a pressing challenge that affects our students, communities, and the very framework of education itself, the need to mainstream financial literacy in our schools. My name is Japheth Ogalo. I'm the Managing Director of Old Mutual General Insurance, and here to talk to you about financial literacy and what Old Mutual is doing. Let me begin very quickly by introducing my colleagues who are here with me, and from Old Mutual team, if you can just quickly wave to the delegates. Stand up and wave to the delegates. If I go quickly, 2 minutes to talk about who is Old Mutual. Some of you might be hearing about Old Mutual Insurance for the first time, so it would be important for me to highlight. So Old Mutual is a integrated financial service provider which was established in South Africa. We just celebrated 180 years of existence last year. We have about 13.9, call it 14 million customers across Africa and present in 14 countries where we are served by 30,000 employees that serve Old Mutual customers. Our business, we operate general insurance, life insurance, asset and banking. If I go straight to what we are doing around financial literacy, that with economic complexities on the rise, financial literacy has become a vital life skill. However, many Kenyans lack this foundational knowledge, yet they grapple with key financial decisions that they need to make every day. Equipping students with financial literacy will thus help build a nation that is future ready to face real-life financial challenges, empowering them to make responsible financial decisions. What has Old Mutual been doing? If I go to matters financial literacy and the role of schools and specifically teachers yourself. As head of primary schools, you play a critical role in shaping young student attitude towards money, which is a lacking skills at the moment. Schools are not only places where students learn reading, writing, and arithmetic. They are also environments where lifelong behaviors can be nurtured. This makes schools uniquely positioned to install the values and knowledge that promote responsible financial behavior. By integrating financial literacy in the curriculum, schools can help lay a foundation to sound financial habits. If I go to what has Old Mutual been doing to mainstream financial literacy. Old Mutual, as a leading financial player in the Kenyan and African financial sector, we've heavily invested to address the above two concerns, which is financial education and the educations that lacks impacting. What have we done as Old Mutual? Curriculum integration. We partnered with Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development and embedded financial literacy in our national school curriculum. We embarked on an elaborate financial literacy training for university students, where we have trained over 15,000 students so far. We also embarked on financial literacy teacher training and orientation programs across the country, and developed financial literacy learners toolkit that are used to impact this knowledge. So the long-term impact, what is our focus as we go through this journey of financial literacy? What we are aiming to achieve as a financial institution is instill a saving culture among our people. And this can only be achieved if it is mainstreamed in our learning curriculum at the early stages of education for our children and our students. A financial literacy student can fuel local economies. For example, a young entrepreneur creates a business providing employment and community growth. As more students acquire these skills, they contribute to national economic resilience and growth. Students with basic financial knowledge can make better choices regarding debt, credit, and investment. As Old Mutual, we view financial literacy citizenry as a key driver of the future growth of our business, and thus the heavy investment in this space. As I conclude, because I'm being reminded of time, I also want to quickly highlight to you what we are doing as our solutions besides the financial literacy agenda that we've invested heavily. So as a financial service provider, Old Mutual, we have created or developed solutions that then speaks to schools specifically and also teachers in general. Our school combined solution is a general insurance that look at the risk that schools face, and we encourage principals like yourself to de-risk this so that you pass this risk to insurance company that are better equipped to handle risk associated with properties and buses. On the personal accident cover, this is an individual solution that can be purchased by yourself as an individual and protects you against any form of accidental injury. On the health insurance, we also do provide individual insurances. We know that, and studies have shown that in Kenya, families are 1 minute away from poverty as a result of health bills. So as Old Mutual, we provide health insurance solutions that you can take up as an individual to protect you and your family against bills from hospitals. Group last expense, this is where you purchase a last expense cover. You can see the limits there and the premiums payable, very affordable, so that in the event of, unfortunate event of demise, then you are able to get this payouts. We also provide saving plans for yourself and your loved ones that you can pick under our asset management. And then critical illness, the last one, where in the event you are diagnosed with a condition that is considered critical, then Old Mutual would be able to pay. On our investment front, we provide investment opportunities and our money market yield funds, and you can see our average interest rate that has been trending above 14%. Thank you very much, and wish you all the best as you continue with the interaction and join this train of Old Mutual as we mainstream financial literacy in our curriculum. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the Cooperative Bank of Kenya Limited, our gold sponsor. 10 minutes please. Lakini kabla ya hapo wacha wapewe zawadi courtesy of Kepsha. Bwana Japheth Ogalo, zawadi yako ipo tayari, na ningeomba Bwana Kennedy aweze kukupa zawadi hiyo. Asante sana. Thank you so much, Japheth Ogalo. In the meantime, the Cooperative Bank of Kenya Limited, please be on standby, 10 minutes. The Cooperative Bank of Kenya Limited, gold sponsor, please be on standby. 10 minutes, please. It's 34 minutes past 9. Cooperative Bank. The Cooperative Bank, please be on standby. Karibu sana, well done, welcome. 10 minutes. Once you start talking, the clock will be ticking. Go ahead.
Invited guests, Chairman of Kepsha, all delegates, National Governing Council, together with all the teachers and all the head teachers and any other, all protocols observed. Good morning. I'm David Akumo, Head of Asset Finance at Cooperative Bank of Kenya. Today I'm here just to celebrate with Kepsha, and as sponsors we're just here to ensure that we deliver to you the products we have as Cooperative Bank, especially under business banking, where I present, because schools are run as businesses. So we are here today to give you the solutions that we offer as a bank. Maybe you can move to the next slide. Okay, so we're talking about the universal banking model that takes care of the wholesome needs of any of our clients. So, and where I represent is the retail banking, and that is where you guys as individual customers and as business are. So I'll be focusing on the SMEs, I'll be focusing on asset finance and leasing, and also under the PSV and transport vehicles. And lastly, I'll also be focusing on the insurance premium. Thank you very much. Maybe we can move to the next slide. Thank you. So, yeah, next slide. Thank you. Under transactional banking, we're here to enable you to transact. So the accounts that we have are very friendly. Most of them are 0 rated. So from the gold package, the silver package, the bronze, to take care of the different businesses that each one of us handle. And as schools, we do have the best school accounts for you that, of course, we'll be explaining with my colleagues later. Then we are looking at making sure you're accessing cash. We want to ensure that you're able to access your cash 24 hours from wherever you are. And schools do collect fees. So we are looking at ensuring that what are some of these methods that you can collect your fees on. That's the COPTIL. I think you guys are aware of the 400, 200, which is very common. Then lastly, on how you will be investing. That's on the stocks, on the fixed deposits, and on the insurance. Thank you. So today we are here to talk about, my main agenda is on asset finance. Why asset finance? As schools, you have needs. You go for trips. They can be educational trips. They can be leisure trips. Also, you do go for the show, the national show, as well as you also do go for the drama festival, the music festivals, the games. So all these, you need a vehicle as a school. That's the most important thing, the school bus. So I'll be telling you on how you can easily get the school bus as a school, and even you as an individual, because most of you are in business as well. Can move to the next slide. So as Cooperative Bank, for schools, we are doing 100% financing. Meaning, if you walk to Cooperative Bank today, as a head teacher with your board, we will finance you 100% of that particular unit, and we have very flexible repayment terms. We allow you to pay in terms. So meaning in a year, you only pay 3 times. So that is, we are not subjecting you to monthly payments, and also we'll take care of your insurance needs. We'll give you an IPF for that, so you don't have to worry on where you'll get the funds on IPF. And we're not just financing the school bus. If you need a generator, you need a solar system, you need to come up with maybe a plant at the school, we're able to do that, even motorcycles. Anything to do with asset, we are financing that. Thank you. Can move to the next slide. Thank you. So under commercial vehicles, we're looking at maybe even water boozers. Some schools might need water boozers, so we'll do that. We'll do 95% financing for that. And any transport need for those who are in business. And we have partnered with key stakeholders. As you can see from the flyer, we partnered with Isuzu Kenya. That's under the AM, under KCI, under Rice Motors, under ACMG, and under CFG. So also Simba Corporation, Sifao, which is the Toyota brand, the Nissan and the FAW as well. So any brand you want to be financed, we're there to finance you. We've partnered with them so that in case of any challenges with that unit, we are able to finance you. Thank you. Can move. Yeah, still on asset finance, your personal vehicle, we'll be able to do your personal vehicle as well. Yeah. So I'd like to go to something called leasing. So my main agenda today, from my talk, one thing that I want you to go home with is leasing. As you've seen from the previous slide, it's talking about leasing or clock. So most schools are not in the business of owning vehicles. You need a bus to help you with your needs, your everyday needs. So why leasing? Leasing basically is renting. The same way you rent a house, you're a teacher, you transferred from one location to the other, you keep on renting a new house. When you're done with it, you get another one. When it gets old, you get another one. So we are really pushing on leasing. We want schools to lease. And the good thing about leasing, the vehicle belongs to the bank and our leasing company, which is called Bank Fleet Africa. So as a school, you don't have the challenge of interfering with your cash flows. We will not need any initial deposit. It's very efficient. And then lastly, we will maintain the vehicle. We do the maintenance and the insurance for these units. Thank you. Okay, what speaks out here is that at the end of the tenure of a leasing contract, you're able to either tell us you want to own the unit, you want us to lease it to you at a lower rent, or do you want it transferred to you? So we're telling you, even though you're paying the lease on a monthly basis, in the end of it all, it will help you, because we get technological changes. Like a unit that was very advanced in technology, someone 2-3 years ago will not be technologically viable now. So with leasing, you're able to change your fleet in good time without any inconveniences. Okay, Also, for businesses, there's the tax element. Under leasing, you will not declare it in your books. So it won't be a depreciating item on your book. Thank you. You can move to the next slide. Thank you. Thank you. So for private schools, we're not asking for much for public schools. The most important thing is a letter from Ministry of Education. So this letter is just to give you the authority to lease the vehicle from us. So you won't suffer the repossession. Most of you are scared of repossession. So that won't be there. I have a sample. Next slide. That's a sample. If you go for the Isuzu 67-seater, we're talking about a timely payment plus maintenance of 1.6 million. And you can see we have the Isuzu 33-seater for only 762,000. That's just a sample. So when you go, you visit our tent later at the back here, we'll be able to explain to you the bus you want and what will be the leasing rent to that bus. Thank you. Next slide. These are some of the examples of the schools that we've already done for leasing, as you can see. So there are testimonies on it. There's a short, we've done so many buses also on PSV. And the good thing about PSV, if you're in a PSV business, we do projections. We don't do your financials. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. You can just move it next. You can see those buses are unaccountable. We're talking about your water solutions. As a school, you have so many needs underwater. So we've partnered with Copa Magi and we are financing water. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. So you see you at our tent right behind this. Thank you very much. Asante.
Wow, thank you so much. Makofi out tafadhali. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's possible to be successful, to be known globally, but when you look at yourself in the mirror, you don't celebrate yourself. Everyone around is saying, wow, you're making it. You're famous. Listen to this story of Miss USA, celebrated everywhere. But unfortunately, because of mental health, let's have the video. Celebrated, she won awards, she was known. Listen to her speak.
Mine is the first generation to have that forward-looking mindset that has inclusivity, diversity, and strength and empowered women.
But she committed suicide. She died of suicide.
Now to another tragedy in New York. Former Miss USA Chesley Christ was found dead after police say she jumped from a high-rise building. She was just 30 years old, and she was a correspondent for the entertainment show Extra.
Only 30 years. In devastation and great sorrow, we share the passing of our beloved Chesley. Her great light was one that inspired others around the world with her beauty and strength. She cared, she loved, she laughed, and she shined. Mental health is a reality. And to talk to us more on that, a big round of applause to Salome Gashina, Master Trainer for MHPSS. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, MC. And may I say all protocols observed in the interest of time. My name is Lucas Halimani. I'm coming from UNESCO IGBA. So I will have 5 minutes just to talk about UNESCO IGBA, which is an institution for teachers. And the issues that my colleague will talk about are well connected to our mandate as an institute established in 1999 in Africa, based in Addis Ababa. As we are gathered here today, our ministers of education in Africa are meeting to review the continental education strategy for Africa, the 2016, the 2015 to 2025. They are also reviewing and coming up with a new strategy for the period 2026 to 2035. So this is a good opportunity for us to reflect and to provide insight into what we need to do going forward. Now, we also have a new product that was launched in Brazil recently at the Education Ministers of Education as well, called the Global Education Monitoring Report. This report is focusing on leadership in education. Share with you a few key messages from that report for our reflection, since this is about primary school head positive outcomes in education. It is clear that the more females you have in parliament, the more they advocate for education. And this has been proven. There's evidence to indicate that women have been championing education, and a lot more have received, a lot more education budget has been received because of the advocacy of female leaders in education. Yeah. The same goes for female principals. There's evidence to suggest that those schools, especially primary schools that are led by female head teachers, they tend to perform more and better. So we need more female leadership in our education system. We have the resources, we have shared with the Secretariat. Those who want the report, the report is there for more reading. So I will stop here in the interest of time, but we can engage. I'm available to engage more with you on this. Thank you.
So are you standing with me or you're going away? So good morning. Yeah, so for us to be able to have effective leadership and transformation leadership, mental health is very, very, very important. And like we are all aware today, the mental health issues are soaring among our learners, among our teachers, among members of the community, and we cannot achieve or realize even the goals of education when these mental health issues are not sorted. So it is very, very, very important that mental health issues are taken care of. I don't know how many of us, even as we sit here, could be feeling stressed because of one reason or another. Maybe the traveling, the organizing of this function, and we have to be here on time. I also don't know if we took a stress test right now. I don't know how well we would be able to score at a personal level. So mental health is very, very, very important. The statistics today are showing that even among our schools, issues of anxiety, the stress level, depression, substance use disorder is also very, very high. And it is with our leadership, the educational stakeholders, the members of communities, we are the ones to give leadership when it comes to mental health and psychosocial support. Studies have been done, and where people are mentally healthy and the well-being is good, even when it comes to success, achieving results for our learners, improving our learning outcomes, the results are higher. So it's to remind all of us that we have a responsibility again for taking care of our mental well-being. And it doesn't cost much. Just being aware of our thoughts, being aware about our emotions and how it affects our behavior. Because again, in mental health, we say we cannot give what we do not have, even as leaders. If my mental well-being as a leader is wanting, I will not be able to give the same even when I'm doing my administration work or giving leadership. So mental health has to start with me and you. That awareness. Am I stable enough to be able to contribute to the community, to be able to contribute even to my own family, and also even to just have self-management skills? So mental health is very, very key.
When the mental health issues are not taken care of, the health burden is affected. The investment that we put even in the education, we are not able to get the results. So it's an area that we need to be very careful. Something else as I finish is that positivity is one of the tools that has been found to work. Being positive about issues. Having a work-life balance. I can be able to work, I can be able to socialize, and I can be able to connect with other people. Most of the people depressed is because of lack of connection. Then also changing our negative views to positive view. So again, we have a responsibility as institutions. We also have responsibility as a people as we take care of our children so that we are able to achieve the transformative leadership. So again, as I finish, I'll leave you with there is no health without mental health. So mental health is very, very, very important. And mental health, mental well-being, also we should take it to be our wealth. Because the moment we have mental well-being, we are able to engage in activities that bring development, that bring success. And at the bottom line, we end up being happy with what we have been done. So thank you so much. But before I leave, as I go, I would want us to breathe in and out. The way we used to sit, just sit comfortably and breathe in, out. Let's do it again. Breathe in.
Breathe in.
Out. Again.
Breathe in.
Out.
And out.
The last one.
Breathe in and out.
Thank you, and take care of your mental health.
Take care of your mental health.
Yeah, there's also a survey. It will be sent into our emails or our WhatsApp groups. Please at least ensure that you participate in the survey. For more information, we have the UNESCO booth where you can get more information on mental health. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Asante Sana. We have a gift as well. And I'd kindly call upon Bwana Kennedy this time. Madam Irene, please. Appreciating our speakers there. Thank you so much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know, our chief guest will be arriving, so let us be settled down. Let us be settled. From mental health, we want to focus on technology-driven transformation in fostering inclusive, creative and quality learning for the 21st century. And to talk to us in the next 10 minutes, let's have the screen ready. Let's have the screen, please.
He is an associate professor in teacher education with academic interests in research methodology, teacher education, and training of trainers, among others. He is a founder member of the Kenya Association of English Language Educators and Researchers and a member of the African Network for Internationalization of Education. Please welcome the Director and Chief Executive Officer at the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, Professor Charles Ochieng Ongondo.
Represented by Eunice Gashoka. Makofi yake tafadhali. 10 minutes, please, once you start talking.
Good morning. Good morning once again. I know everybody was expectant to see Professor Charles Ongondo. Professor Charles Ongondo sends his greetings to all of you and said that he is involved in other national duties, but he is with us in spirit. However, in government there is no vacuum, and he's well represented by Eunice Gashoka with the colleagues from KICD, and I would request my colleagues from KICD to stand up and wave to the cloud.
Thank you very much. Presentation of Professor Charles Ongondo is on technology-driven transformation, fostering inclusive, creative, and quality learning for the 21st century. The first thing I would want to say is that as an institute, we have the mandate to develop curricula and curricular support materials for all levels of education in basic education. This is a core mandate of the Institute. However, specifically we have various functions, but the main function which is related to the topic that is being presented is to develop, to document, to disseminate, and to transmit programs and curriculum support materials through mass media, electronic learning, distance learning, and any other mode of delivering education and training programs. Now, some of the key milestones which I'm going to highlight later are that the Institute disseminates these through various channels. We have the radio broadcasting, we have the television broadcasting, we have our online Kenya Education Cloud, and also we have education content which includes lessons, activities, games, and also performances. This presentation is anchored under what we are calling the 21st century learning. And all throughout this presentation, we are going to see and find out what we mean by this 21st century learning for us as teachers. And the 21st century learning is also anchored under our SDG 4, and that is how we leverage on digital technologies and innovative approaches to enhance, one, the quality of education, two, to promote lifelong learning, and three, to improve the teaching methods that will foster inclusivity and equitable education. When we look at technology-driven transformations, we look at them at 4 levels. One of the levels is at an individual level, where we have the students and teachers using various tools. We have at the technology level, where we encourage to embrace technology-driven approaches. We have at the educational institutions, which are actually the driving force of the change that has to occur. And we have at the regional level, where we have the regulatory frameworks that guide this transformation. Now, the thing that we need to ask ourselves is then, when we talk about the 21st century learning, what is this 21st century learning, and what is it that we need to do to be able to be part of the 21st century learning? We know that, for one, it has to be adaptable, it has to be media-driven, it has to be personalized, it has to be learner-centered, it has to be data-rich, it has to be diverse, it has to be relevant, and it increases transparency by making sure that we have access and utilize the data that we require. If we have, as teachers, to produce a 21st century learner, then we also have to possess the characteristics of a 21st century teacher. And some of these 21st century features are collaborative and network. We have to be adaptive and flexible. We have to be innovative and creative. We have to be globally oriented. We have to be culturally responsive, inclusive and empathetic, environmental advocate, and embrace what we are now calling artificial intelligence. In addition then, we will need to exhibit some of the features of a 21st century classroom, and it involves the integration of technology, the provision of collaborative environment, use of interdisciplinary projects, the inquiry-based learning approach, the focus on process, foster creativity, active learning, and so forth. So all those are aspects for a 21st century classroom. Then, is only then, we are going to produce the 21st century learner who is open-minded, who is innovative, who is reflective, who is a communicator, who is knowledgeable, who is creative, who is aware of the world, who is a problem solver, and who is a collaborator and is adaptive. We are therefore saying there are four main components in ensuring that we achieve this. Infrastructure has to be in place with internet connectivity. We have to have comprehensive teacher training. We have to have engaging and inclusive digital learning environments. We have to include our stakeholders and engage them. However, the overarching goal is that we have to monitor, we have to evaluate, and we have to have continuous improvement. I'm moving very fast because I've been given very few minutes. How do we then succeed in the use of technology-driven transformation in education? For us to succeed, we need leaders. And in this room, I can see the leaders who are going to lead this process. The heads of institution have to be the vision carriers and therefore lead in ensuring that there is technology-driven transformation that are going to exist. We have to embrace partners, and the partners have to support us in ensuring that we have the four components that we require for technology-driven. We have to train our staff, we have to upgrade the tools that are available to us, and also we have to measure our successes. What are our successes, and then where do we then move to? In terms of the digital transformation framework, we have to understand what digital transformation for education means. If the teacher to have more time for quality teaching, you have to tailor-make transformation processes to specific needs. You have to have an agile system to test and adapt, and you retain a focus on the student as your overall goal. Some of the challenges of digital transformation then, we lack the infrastructure and system compatibility. There could be system breakdown. There is lack of strategy. There are digital gaps in terms of skills. There is also global and hardware accessibility. So those are some of the challenges that you're going to encounter. The key innovations to support digital transformation are, of course, there are digital platforms. Resources are available for us to be able to embrace technology-driven transformation. So these resources are available. And some of the resources available to us are interactive digital content. We have teacher capacity building courses on Kenya Education Cloud, including what Old Mutual has just mentioned, the online course on financial literacy for both junior and senior secondary teachers, and so forth. We have adapted interactive digital content for learners with special needs. We have accessible digital textbooks. We have child online guidelines. We have other aspects on virtual labs, sample experiments for these. We have education resource materials. Just 2 minutes and I'll be through. We have a YouTube channel due to the presidential directive that we have been given by the president. We have a YouTube channel on music and drama performances where you can access the performances that our learners perform during the music and drama festivals. We have radio and TV programs for various grades. We have virtual labs for different experiments, and so forth and so forth. So Those are the resources that are available. So we are already leading the way in ensuring that digital transformation actually takes place. And we are asking you that we have a tent outside there. The resources are available. We can demonstrate these resources. We also have our curriculum designs, even for the rationalized learning areas. Anybody with any query that you need clarification on the rationalized learning area, on the availability of books for next year, on resources that you can access for our learners, please visit the KICD tent. And as I conclude, I leave you with this parting shot, that embracing technology in education is essential for preparing students for complexities of the modern world by prioritizing inclusivity, creativity, and addressing matters pertaining to quality of education. Educators can create dynamic learning environments that equip students with skills needed for the 21st century. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much indeed. A gift from Kepsha, delivered by the Vice Chair. Producing a 21st century learner will require 21st century characteristics. Very important. Now, I have been well informed that the car has arrived. One of you will drive your way home on Thursday. So you need to be here. We made that announcement just before we closed. For those who left before, well, you missed it. We have another opportunity. It's a car worth 1 million shillings. 1 million shillings. And I understand it's parked outside. So we'll be giving you details on that very quickly. Just get your phones, get your phones, get your phones, get your phones, get your phones. Let's have Menti on the screen. Let's have Menti on the screen. Get your phones, get your phones, get your phones. All you have to do is go to menti.com. Go to menti.com. Please take note of this code. 44 64 56. Nzuri kabisa. Thank you so much, Sailwind Band. Asante sana. Let's have the views, let's have the views, let's have the views. What have you learned so far? Let's have that. Effective leadership, mental health. Let's go down very quickly because of time. Financial management, all about publishers embracing technology, about KICD leadership. Let's go. Importance of mental health. I have learned to embrace technology in teaching and learning. No health without mental health. Let's go. Female leaders prioritize education, digitalization of learning and teaching. Ladies and gentlemen, use this platform to post your questions and comments. We are saying no one should be left behind. Wherever you're seated, your thoughts can be shared using the Menti platform, and we will be able to capture that. In the meantime, we are ready for our panel discussion on advancing inclusive and quality education in the technological era. I'd kindly request the panelists to please take the stage. Let's have the screen on. Let's have the screen on. Stephen Barongo, Director, Primary Education Policy, Legislative and Institutional Frameworks. Please welcome. Hassan Douale, Director, Junior School, Breaking Environmental Barriers to Accelerate Technology Integration in Primary and Junior School Education. Frederick Hager, Director, S&E, Harnessing Adaptive Learning Technologies to Address the Individual Needs of Learners. Evelyn Owoko, Director, Quality Assurance and Standards, talking about bridging policy and practice to enhance technology integration, and Abraham Sang, Director NEMIS, leading the transition to KEMIS while ensuring effective e-waste management for sustainability. Moderated by the Director General, Ministry of Education, Dr. Elias Abdi. 25 minutes, please. Take your place. Take your place. 25 minutes. Welcome, welcome, welcome. 25 minutes.
Wenye barabara hapa kosi paiskeli, kwani paiskeli ni kari yake Muluya. Kwenye paiskeli hapa kosi paper pack, kwani paper pack ni handpack yake Muluya. Kwenye paper pack hapa kosi letio, kwani letio.
We want to start. Mr. Chairman, Secretary Nat, colleagues from the Ministry of Education, head teachers of our primary schools and our junior schools. Good morning. Well, once again, we are pleased to meet you during the 2024 annual conference for our head teachers of our primary schools. I was just asking the chairman, do we still call you primary school head teachers or primary and junior? Or we combine the two names?
Dr. Elias, just a quick one, sorry for the interruption. The honor of KDE 211P, please assist us with your vehicle. KDE 211P, please assist us with your vehicle. Dr. Elias, back to you, 25 minutes.
Thank you very much. So, we from the ministry value our head teachers a lot. And time and again, we remind our head teachers that they're in the driving seat. Effective school principals have been known to have, effective impact on their learners. And you remember that presentation from ICBA. So from the ministry, we have come with a large team. I wanted them to stand up wherever they are. I want to introduce our ministry team first. And we want them to wave to the head teachers. Please let's appreciate the ministry team. That's a very big team. You know, initially when we were coming this way, we had asked for 35 minutes, equivalent to a primary school lesson, isn't it? A primary school lesson usually lasts 35 minutes. But I think the MC is under pressure. He has reduced it by 10 minutes. So we will be able to make our presentations within those 10 minutes. And so we have come with a team of education officers from the headquarters who support you directly at the school level. And they'll be making comments on the area of support, the support they give you. But to start us off, because your theme this year is on digital transformation, the ministry's journey on integrating ICT in education started a long time. In 2006, we documented the first strategy on ICT integration in education. And we have come up with a model center in the former Kenya Science. So to start us off is the head, briefly, some 3 minutes, the head of the ICT Integration Center at Kenya Science. We have two main institutions at the former Kenya Science, now under the University of Nairobi, which the Department of Basic Education has retained at Kenya Science. One is the ICT Integration Model Center, and of course you also know SEPU is also there, the School Equipment Production Unit, and I saw the CEO here, Salamia Watu Pale. We also have some other CEOs. The CEO Nakonek is also here, Mr. Harun, from the Ministry of Education, together with his chairman, who's supporting you in the school feeding program. So I want Karanja to come forward, and I want you to keenly listen on that particular presentation. We have a model center that is supposed to serve our schools, where the head teachers can go and visit and learn a lot. We have been having visits from the schools and teachers over the years. And I'm sure Karanja will give you his contact and you will interact with him. Karanja, please, 3 minutes.
Thank you, DG, and colleagues. Good morning. I hope the media can be able to project for us. I'll only take 3 minutes as guided. I will be presenting on embracing ICT in delivering inclusive education. Media. As we start, I will start with the importance of ICT integration, and all of us we know, support teaching and learning, enable acquisition of 21st century skills, improve education and training outcome at all levels. Slide 3, you can be able to see the journey. We started way back when we were using typewriters. That was a time that we started integrating technology. In 2005, we started conceptualizing on how we can structure integration of technology. We came up with a strategy. In the year 2010, we established a structured way of integrating technology, coming up with a unit that can be able to coordinate. 2016, 2017, we started the digital literacy program, and until now, where we are, we do have very elaborate policies that are guiding on ICT integration. We do have a model that is on slide 4 of ICT integration. Next slide, kindly. ICT integration, we usually provide a model. Once we get information, we give you, we also guide you on how to get leadership on the same, and we guide on 4 areas. We usually call them 4 imbalance model. That is the policy, digital content, the capacity, and ICT infrastructure. We collaborate with our partners to seamlessly integrate technology in education. I want to take you to slide that is having an infusion, integration, and use. Kindly let's go to the slide that is having infusion, integration, and use. This one, I want you to keenly look at it. We are going to cook. That is the one that is having a cake, and you can be able to see that we are encouraging our colleague principals to encourage our teachers that technology should not be seen. We need to see ICT, an output with ICT-enabled learning. When they are developing lesson plans, let them do have ICT-based learning experiences, ICT to deliver learning, with ICT in evaluation and assessment across all levels in order for us to be able to see. There's a picture with a lady and a juice. If you look at that picture, all of us will be able to look at it. That lady is taking some water, but because we target our learner, we usually bring aspect of that juice. And in the next slide, you realize the mixture is sweet. And we are saying the sweet juice is technology in a lesson. Now I will highlight about 4 areas we do have in the ministry. One is ICT policy that has 5 thematic areas. You can be able to see them. The next one, and I'm happy KICD came earlier, is aspect of digital literacy as a competence. It usually has four core skills. Then we have DLP, and I know you are the people reading, and you can be able to see the milestone of the DLP, the power connectivity that we have. We have another program that we call Computer for School program in the ministry that is managed by Directorate of Secondary. We have been able to equip our teachers, teacher training colleges with iHubs with various components. We do have digital learning resources from KICD. We have National Education Management Information System, and we also do have programs on internet connectivity. The one that is coming, and I know Director ICT will talk about it. We have National ICT in Education and Integration Center that is there. And the slide that I will request just a second in basic requirement. What is a basic requirement of you as a institution to integrate technology? You need a laptop, a projector, an internet-enabled environment, and then from there, if you have power, I can tell you, you have no reason not to integrate technology. Finally, if you look at the last slide, is support structure. We have ICT for Education Unit and also ICT Directorate. We have National ICT Innovation and Integration Center. At a sub-county level, we have ICT interns that you can be able to utilize and leverage. And also we have ICT champion in our institution. The last slide, as I thank you, is my contact and the contact of our website. Kindly, we have a tent at tent 77. Come and we are going to engage more. And even after you can call, we plan on how best we can support you on integrating best practices in ICT in education. Thank you.
Please, let's appreciate him. If you are a head teacher seated here today, and you want to start an ICT lab in your school, the right person to contact is Karanja. He has given you his contacts. Please, he also has a tent here. Karanja, Kasimu, the officers who are in that model center, have even prepared manuals on the must-haves in your laboratories, an ICT lab and everything that you need. So please contact him. Now, we have a team of officers here. The first is Mr. Barongo. Barongo is the Director of Primary Education. He's the one who supports you direct, the capitation funding. You have heard of the Kenya Primary Literacy Program, which has replaced to SOME. He's the director in charge. He's the director basically who supports you on day-to-day basis. Initially, we thought we'll have time on question-answer interactive session so that whatever that is bothering you there in the schools, we could be having time, but it's from the look of things, we may not have that interaction. But please, I will encourage you put down any question that you have so that maybe we can go with it. But if we'll get time, if the MC and the team will be gracious enough, we can maybe respond to a few concerns. And then we have the director in charge of quality assurance and standards. This is a person who has been visiting your schools and ensuring that there's compliance to all the standards, educational standards, be it curriculum, be it infrastructure, everything that's required. And so he will also make some remarks. Next is Mr. Haga, the director in charge of special needs education at the Ministry of Education headquarters. And then there's somebody I'm sure you all want to hear about. Have you ever heard of Mr. Sang? The head of NEMIS. Do you want to hear about the head of NEMIS? Yes. Say it again. Yes. Sang, you can hear that. And I know for obvious reasons. Then, now, next is the head of junior school. Junior school is the main thing at the moment. All of you in your schools are putting up the junior school classrooms. The Minister of Education has disbursed 11 billion Kenyan shillings to our schools. And that is what you are expected to put up before the 6th of January, before the schools open, so that the grade 9 can easily transit. And we keep on saying that junior school is not going anywhere. We have already positioned it. So it is high time. Do we still call it Kepsha or Kepcha or whatever? Look for a name. So I'll ask the Director of Primary Education to come forward, make some remarks on the programs. Thank you, Director.
Thank you, DG, the Chairman, Kepsha, National Chairman, your Executive Committee, and the Governing Council, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Jambo Tena. I think, DG, I am going to approach the topics that have been given through a pragmatic kind of position. Practice in school. We are all here because we have a stake in education, and we have an obligation and a duty for the education of our children. I think that's why we are here. And you know the place education plays in development overall. That's why education has a place when we talk about the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, where we normally single out agenda number 4 on inclusive and equitable quality education for all. You know the position that education needs to perform in the African Union Agenda 2063, in the East African Community Vision 2050, in the Constitution of Kenya, Article 43, 53, 40, 54, 55, 56, 57, and 59 of the Constitution of Kenya provide for the children's right to free and compulsory basic education. This is actualized by the Basic Education Act 2013 that gives effect to the stipulations of our Constitution, that our learners must be in school, that our learners must get education, and that education must be free on the side of the parent. Enrollment that is captured on NEMIS. And that's where the issues now start coming in. Therefore, when we are saying that we want our children to get free education, are our children indeed getting free education in your schools? Are all children captured on NEMIS and therefore attracting services of the government? Capitation, the books that we are about to supply, I know is point at access and quality. Our children accessing education. Are our children in your schools? We have talked about the Basic Education Act 2013. What does it say about extra levies? What does it say about admission exams and interviews? What does it say about class repetition? What does it say about corporal punishment? We are chasing our children away from our schools because of extra levies. Therefore, it defeats the spirit and letter of free and compulsory education. So look at yourself. These are questions that you need to look at. Are your schools inviting and retaining? Yeah? What is the condition of infrastructure in your school? And especially wash facilities, the toilets. Have you put the toilets for teachers very close to the toilets for learners? toilets for boys very close to the toilets of girls. And how inviting is that? How private are our students and are our students when they are using those facilities? These are the things that we have to ask ourselves. Sometimes back, we had of some news of a school where a child has just gone into a toilet that was dug and lived there. Therefore, it has become an hazardous existence in the school. The boy died in there. I don't want to say where it was. Therefore, let us look at how we are helping the Ministry of Education in effecting free and compulsory basic education. Some of you are charging up to almost 100% of what you should be charging. And then you charge without authority. You know, anything you want to do and you really want to do, you must go through the stakeholders and make sure you have authority from the PS so that you can put up that classroom and so on and so forth.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let us allow our students to be in school.
Please, let's appreciate him. Let's appreciate the director. If you have any question for the director, please put it down and it will reach him. And then we'll address it later. Then I'll ask the director, Quality Assurance, to make few remarks. 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. Bwana DG, the Kepsha organization, colleagues from the Ministry of Education, all other organizations represented, good morning. I am here to represent the Director Quality Assurance and Standards, Madam Evelyn Owoko. We had done a comprehensive assessment of primary boarding schools and junior schools. We had a comprehensive report to present, which revealed several gaps that this organization, this congregation needs to get, and therefore internalize and apply. We know there are policy guidelines which are going to come out of this, but I want to just say a few things about this assessment. You remember there was an incident on 5th September at Endarasha Hill School, where 21 students lost lives, and the President directed the Ministries of Education and Interior to do an audit to check compliance to safety standards of 2008. That was done between October 13th to 24th, and several findings were highlighted. Among the key highlights are the gaps in registration status of institutions, gaps in the structure and condition of dormitories, gaps in the water and sanitation facilities, which the Director Primary has alluded to, gaps in fire safety and equipment and materials, especially fire safety. This was a big gap. Do you remember that is what was the cause of the directive by the President for the Minister of Education to carry out an audit? There were gaps in security, fencing, CCTV installations, and record maintenance, and there were also gaps in kitchen and dining safety. We have a detailed report which would have been shared. Actually, there is just one slide which has been shared. I've run through the entire slide. Because of time, we will be available to answer any questions, and we will provide guidelines on what was established, because I don't have the time to highlight on everything that was done. There were issues on learner welfare, which also revealed various gaps, especially on the diet the learners are given, the use of school transport, and the health facilities in institutions of boarding especially. So these are issues that we need to look at and be sure that our schools are safe for learners. Thank you, DG.
Thank you very much. And the presentation we'll give it to the chairman, who can in turn share it with you. So I'll request Mr. Haga also just to take 2 minutes. Just be seated while you're seated, or is it okay? Please, 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, DG, and thank you, the leadership and the delegates of Kepsha who have organized this. Due to considerations of time, I want to summarize the topic that I had been asked to speak on, that is harnessing adaptive learning technologies to address issue of individual differences. I want to summarize it into 3 points. My first point is a revision. In Education 101, we all learn that the learners that we have are all distinct individuals. And therefore, if you have a class of 50 learners, you are probably dealing with 50 classes. And when we bring in learners with disabilities and special needs, it becomes even more complex. So that is my first point, that we are dealing with very diverse individuals, including those with disabilities and special needs. Point number 2 is that for us to reach these individual learners, including those with disabilities and special needs, we apply different approaches. Some include teachers acquiring specialized skills, and we do that through KICD, but also the use of adaptive technology and devices helps, especially for learners with special needs and disabilities, so that despite the differences that they exhibit, they are able to learn and bring out their full potential in the classroom. My third and final point relates to what is the ministry doing that you should take note of. The ministry has recognized this issue of individual differences, especially when we are talking about learners with disabilities and special needs, and therefore it is providing assistive devices and technologies that mitigate the unique differences and challenges that are found in the population of learners with disabilities and special needs. And it does that through the projects that it implements. I'm sure you all know of KPIL and earlier SEKIP, but even through KICD, the ministry ensures that those learners who have disabilities and special needs access specialized learning devices and technologies that are able to mitigate the unique differences that are caused by issues of disability and special needs. And when we are talking about this population of learners, ladies and gentlemen, they are in all our schools, not just the special schools, the integrated programs, or the units, but in all our schools.
Thank you.
And therefore, I'm saying that they are teachable, they can learn, especially using adaptive devices and technologies.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So now let us ask Sang to make some comments. Sang. Sang, the NEMIS man, is here now. Please put down the questions that you have.
Dear moderator, our time is up, but we'll give you 10 more minutes. It's okay? 10 more minutes.
10 more minutes due to popular demand. Now that the NEMIS man is on the stage.
Thank you, DG, the leadership of Kepsha, and colleagues. I think as I wait for our presentation on NEMIS to be uploaded, I want to take this opportunity to applaud the principals for the good work you have done in NEMIS. It's not been easy, and I think you all deserve a lot of applause. This week, DG, we clocked 15.2 million learners to be in NEMIS. So it's been a huge task, 23.6 million parents. So basically, we are holding a huge data infrastructure in the country, more than almost 40 million individuals in one system. And this is courtesy of the principals, a majority who are represented at this meeting. Capitation, both primary and junior, is through NEMIS. And we have also associated platforms. There is Elimu trees, where we are tracking the planting of trees. How many of you have captured trees through Elimu trees? By show of hands.
DG, the hands are not lying. We are approaching 60%. So basically, we have 14,000 of the institutions who have captured in Elimu trees, accounting to 24 million trees. And as you all know, we are targeting more than 100 million trees to be captured by yourself. So we have a number of schools who have not actually complied. And you know, carbon credit funding is based on data, numbers. So we want all of us to know we are targeting at some global resources which are based on number of trees. On the next slide, we show the data that you've captured, and last week when we called a few of your learners, I remember getting a phone call from Ahmed from Mandera at 1 a.m. And he was in a panicky mode and saying, Sang, we have seen some colors. And it's true, those colors have a meaning. In international, especially Europe and America, a learner is mapped to up to 4 identifiers. In Kenya, we have been using UPI, birth certificate. Now we are linking it to assessment number. And then next year, through KEMIS, we'll be linking it to health numbers. This is to confirm authenticity and proof of every learner in NEMIS. So this is the beginning. We have just begun with linking it with NEC, so that the children we have in NEMIS are linked to assessment numbers who are in NEMIS. And that will now be the norm. So I think you've seen for junior school is primarily captured through assessment numbers. We rarely use birth certificates. Birth certificates are supplementary, but the primary input used for capturing for learners in junior school is assessment numbers. Please fast track that process. And so we have data issues in the next slide. We still have learner biodata, date of birth. I think my colleague from planning has been asking me data on age profile for learners. Some of you may not have captured properly. We need that information. School location, staff details, teaching and non-teaching, assets, parents' information. And next year, socio-economic status because of bursary and targeting for support will be key. And in the next slide, to address challenges which has been in NEMIS, there's a transition to go to KEMIS. And in the diagram before you, it represents in a nutshell what NEMIS will be going to achieve what is in KEMIS. On top, we'll be having each of our institution having a portal that will allow the parents, alumni, and the students to access their information. So what you'll be capturing will be accessed by the parents, will be accessed by alumni for your schools. And in the bottom, the ministry and the SACAs will be accessing the information. And the box in the pink will be, the diagram has gone, will be about graduations. I know from preschool all the way to university, we'll be having the graduation details of every person in the country. And so the KEMIS portal will be having student data bank and provision for support for infrastructure, connectivity, internet, and computing devices. Lastly is about e-waste. I know this has been a challenge, and especially after the DLP devices. As you all know, the tablets that you have, there is a time period in which you can use. I have been visiting a number of schools. 40 to 30% of your devices are already going through the waste. How do we address the waste? And as you all know, we have the National Education ICT Policy, which stipulates we have to start planning. How do we handle the e-waste? And basically, there will be guidelines through the leadership of the ministry on how to address the same. So basically, I want to end with the last slide on connectivity. A number of your schools have been visited in sizing up on how to get internet. And I think there will be provision through various partnership to have internet, and that will solve some of the issues we have been experiencing in NEMIS and in the future, KEMIS. So with those few remarks, Chair,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please let's appreciate Sang. Santeni sana. So we have the representative of the Director Junior School, and I want just to make some brief remarks on the current construction of the classrooms that we're doing.
Okay, thank you, Director General, Chair, Kepsha, and all the delegates, all distinguished guests. Good morning.
The head of that school, who's expected to ensure those children have classrooms. And Minister has already dispersed the funds, so construction should be done on time. Thank you very much. I think that is all from our side. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki. Thank you very much.
Asante sana, and we have a gift of appreciation. Gifts of appreciation. Na pia tuweze kupiga picha. Bwana Hussein. Bwana Hussein, you'll have the honor of giving the awards. The gifts, please. Sailwind Band. Naomba tusimame sote kidogo, tusimame kidogo, tusimame. Haya. Asante sana. Tuinue mikono kidogo. Thank you so much. Twaweza kuketi chini. Thank you so much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. 3 minutes to the top of the hour. Kwa sasa we want to appreciate also the sponsors, key sponsors. And right now, please, a big round of applause to KCB Bank Limited, our platinum sponsor for the next 10 minutes. A big round of applause to Naomi Ndele, Head of SME and Agribusiness. Karibu sana. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Good morning. MOE officials present, the National Chairman of Kepsha, Mr. Johnson Zioka, distinguished teachers present, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Naomi Ndele, and I am the head of SME banking at KCB Bank. And on behalf of the bank, KCB Bank Group, we are really delighted and honored, Chair, that we can partner with you in this great conference. I want to honor all the teachers present here because we are all the proud products of a teacher. And I remember each and every one of my primary school teachers. So to all the teachers who have made us what we are today, asanteni, asanteni sana. So as a bank, our purpose is to open doors of opportunities for all the people around us, the communities, the business people, the individuals, and this includes the education sector. So indulge me for a few minutes just to take you through what this bank, KCB Bank, is able to offer to you as a school and as an individual. So I won't go through this. This is just information about KCB Bank. We are in 7 countries. I know over the years we have been referred to as Kenya Commercial Bank, but now we are known as KCB Group because we also operate in other countries within East Africa. We are in Kenya, we are in Uganda, we are in Tanzania, we are in Rwanda and Burundi, we are in DRC, South Sudan, and we have a representative office in Ethiopia. So we serve a total of 36 million customers, and all of you, I believe, have interacted with KCB in one way or the other. In Kenya alone, we are represented in every county, 47 counties, 210 branches, and in total we have also ATM machines and branches that can support you to do different transactions for your school. So moving on to our solutions as a bank, I want to be very specific on how we can support you as a school. We do offer charge-free school accounts. That means it is a free account where you receive your capitation money, account where you receive your KPIL money, account where you receive any funds from the Ministry of Education is a charge-free account. So do not feel like the bank will take away any money from the funds that you have received for the purpose of the school. Please indulge us and we will give you more details about this account. We also have free statements, so if you need to transact on that account, feel free to be able to open that account and it will give you a lot of services as an institution. Just listening to the conversations this morning, reconciliation and management of the funds that you receive could be a headache. The headache needs to end today because we have a solution for reconciliation of your funds as a school. And what this means then is that we are able to give you a digital platform where the minute the school, any parent or any money comes into that school account, you're able to see it at the convenience of your office. You don't even need the buzzer to tell you what has come in. We are able to integrate with your school any form of payment solution that you have, be it a solution that will reduce your paperwork. It will help you, give you real-time tracking of all the payments that you receive. We also have a solution. Just listening to the ministry officials, the construction that will be short-term. They'll be able to construct the classrooms and then they can pay KCB later using the funds that you have received in their school account. So you don't need to give the money upfront when the solution, the construction has not been done. So feel free, talk to us. Not one size fits all. We look at your solution, we look at your situation, we look at what your cash flows are, and we tailor-make that solution that will enable you meet those financial obligations. JSS has come with its challenges. You need laboratories, you need home science material and equipment. Please talk to us. We have solutions that will enable you work stress-free. We also had a group of people talking to us about trees and the importance of a clean environment. So we are also supporting that agenda of clean energy. And here we offer solutions for solar, we have water tank solutions, we have cooking solutions that are clean through the LPG solution and also solar solutions. So let us know what is your need and we will be able to come up with something that will enable you live in a clean environment that gives us all a longer lifetime. I talked about payments, and we have Lipa na KCB. We also have Paybill as KCB. Paybill si ya M-Pesa peke yake. Tuko na Paybill inaitwa Lipa na KCB. And you're able to direct all your parents, whatever little amount they are paying, for ease of tracking. They can use that Lipa na KCB till, and you'll be able to get your money safe and reconciled through the digital platform that I mentioned. We also have card solutions. Sometimes you need to make purchases online. Sometimes you need to buy things using a credit card, not by loan. This is cheap credit where you are able to run a plastic and buy whatever supplies you need for the school. Talk to us, we will be able to give you more details. And this is not just for the school, even for you as the head teacher. We want to dignify you. When you go to that supermarket, usianze kuhesabu pesa. Use that card. Use that card and make a payment. And nobody needs to know what you spent. And you'll be able to make your life even more convenient and easy. We also have student cards. A lot of us here have boarding facilities. And these children are given they're given pocket money. A lot of that pocket money has also brought problems with it, drugs, and also parents are not able to understand how the pocket money was used. With that student card, they are able to make purchases in the tuck shop and anywhere else they make payments. And the message goes to the parent. So the parent is able to track where the student was and how much was spent. So if it is something that is illicit, the child will not even dare to use that money to spend using that card. So you're able to track the behavior of your students. We also have other solutions and services, and a lot of my colleagues have spoken even yesterday and in the coming days, remaining days of the conference. We have insurance solutions, both for the school, should you need a fire policy, should you need an insurance for the vehicles or the equipment you have, student insurance, and also for the employees. For health or even medical, we also have this kind of solutions. We also have personal loans for you as an individual, as a teacher. It could be through the salary or it could be a normal loan. We have those solutions to enable open doors of opportunity, not just for the school, but for you as well. We also have financial literacy training, and here we are working together with our KCB Foundation to train teachers on how to do business, how to have that hustle, how to make an extra income that will enable you even in days to come, even in your retirement. So we have these financial management literacy programs that will enable you grow and grow, not just your school, but even you as an individual. Allow me to invite you to our tent. We have a tent outside, and in the tent we are able to even do withdrawals and deposits. There's a lot of things you...
Dear delegates, I just want to confirm that and as per last year, end of last year, our client base was about 1 million plus, and we are controlling about 50 billion in terms of assets, and we also have 146 billion assets for cooperatives, and in turn, they benefit the members. Just to mention that we have various products that we have partnered with Kepsha, 10 principal members. We also have the Kepsha Welfare Last Expense Cover, which is a cover that gives coverage for last expense for as low as 3,000 per annum. Then you can also enjoy our CIC Money Market Fund. Now we are controlling about 27% of the market, and you can invest as low as 5,000 Kenya shillings and any amount in subsequent contributions. Our current interest rate is about 13.7%, and this comes in to complement your saving and investment. And we also are able to, at a touch of the button, offer you through the CIC in order to reach to all our customers. We also have our urge you that you welcome our staff, the CIC salespeople, as they come to your schools, as we are your true partners, and we have so many other products that we can be able to offer to your members and the teachers. We'll continue partnering with Kepsha. We'll continue supporting your initiatives because we are you, we are part of you, and you are the owners of the cooperative insurance company, which is a cooperative enterprise for Kenyans. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Asante sana. We have a gift of appreciation that will be given. Madam Irene, please help us in giving this gift of appreciation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Asante Sail Wind, thank you. Thank you so much. Asante. Thank you so much. Thank you. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, let's have the screen on and the sound. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, technology for school leadership, phone, data, evidence, and decisions.
Leader in education, dedicated to foundational learning, youth development and parental empowerment across East Africa. His impactful work spans key areas including the Action for Life Skills and Values in East Africa, a live initiative and collaborations with Kenya's Ministry of Education to ensure 100% secondary school transition. He combines his extensive research and experience to drive evidence-based solutions for educational equity. Please welcome the Zizi Afrique Foundation Executive Director, Dr. John Mugo.
Thank you so much, and good morning, colleagues. It's such a pleasure, and we wish to acknowledge the presence of the Director General, Ministry of Education, Dr. Elias Abdi, the Chairman of Kepsha, Mr. Johnson Zioka, SG, KNUT, Colin Soyu, distinguished Kepsha National Executive Committee, and all members. We are really happy to have this moment to share, and I came here for 3 reasons. One is to congratulate Kepsha. We love that new logo. We love all that is coming, and the conference is becoming bigger, better. Congratulations, Chair, and your team. I came to thank you as head teachers, principals, because whenever we get the permission from the ministry, we come to your school, and we have worked very well together in counties like Bungoma, Marsabit, Turkana, Mandera, where we are present. We continue to receive the warmth from your schools. And the last reason is to celebrate what we are achieving together for our children, especially those that are difficult to reach. I'm here to talk about the phones, data, evidence, and decisions, and to encourage you on your journey to embracing technology. So don't feel that, others are ahead and you don't have a lot to offer, but just start the journey. Whether you are starting by that WhatsApp group with your teachers, or whatever else you'll do, ultimately, we will be able to leverage technology to achieve learning outcomes for all our children. What you see there is part of our work that we have achieved in Bungoma using tablets to facilitate foundational literacy. So I'll cover just a few things. I have only a few minutes, but I'll be able to help you justify, if you are to speak to somebody, why technology is needed, but also the needs that schools have for embracing technology, but also a few solutions that are available. And we have seen a lot of this from Sang in the ministry, from the people that have spoken before me. At Zizi Afrique, we are a partner of Kepsha, and our vision is to equip 5 million children and youth with foundational skills so that they may learn and thrive. We do this through 3 approaches. Our main thing, what we are known for, is research and rooting for the use of evidence. However small evidence is, at the classroom level, at the school level, at the system level, using data and evidence really can help you make progress and important decisions. Then we achieve this through systems change. Our approach is to support the system. Rather than create interventions on the side, why not just work with the DG and the team so that we are able to strengthen the system to serve the millions of children. And the other one is collective impact. We support other people like ourselves. We bring everyone on board so that together we can move faster and achieve more. The role of technology, just touching on a few things. First is access to information. This one we know. Enhancing learning experience. This one is important because previously, as teachers would spend a lot of time drawing things. You know, half of the lesson would be used doing things and rubbing. Now with technology, you can be able to buy more time and be more illustrative, and children will be able to get it, even those that have special learning needs, as even Director Hager has walked us through. Distance and remote learning, we are thinking even that beyond those that are in school and class, there may be opportunity now to reach those young people that are following camels and animals and get education to them. That is now no longer either or, you are either in school or not. So education can be disrupted through technology. And then part of this also is the future prospects, like artificial intelligence. We know that in the next few years, a lot is going to happen in terms of opportunity to make progress. How are head teachers using technology? This is what this conference is about. But whether it is school management system or using mobile apps or accounting software to help you manage your budgets, or the teacher support and professional development, that your teachers can be joining other programs beyond what is being offered so that they become better. Smart classrooms, and also engaging parents and communities. Of course, there are challenges that are linked to this. One is infrastructure, and we have seen that, and the DG mentioned this, and the Director of Primary, that power is important, but the good thing is that power now is not necessarily connection to the national grid. You know, solar and other innovations can help you as a school move faster. The digital divide, those that have and don't have, I know equity is something that the ministry is addressing, because if we don't address equity, that everyone has similar access, then those behind might fall back even further with technology. Education system challenges, we know this, but also data privacy and security. We know we have a data act that is complicating the use of this. At Zizi Afrique, we are not coming to tell you to do what we don't do. We have been on a journey ourselves as an organization, and we have adapted a lot of technology. And what you see there, for instance, is a dashboard that I'm able to access any one time to see our programs and where they are and what we are achieving. And if I'm asked the question, what are you doing at Zizi Afrique? On a single click, I'm able to give you a report. You know, I don't have to write an email, give 2 weeks notice. So technology, even at the school level, can make transformative change. So yesterday, we were able to ask some of you here, we ran a survey about what data do you require to make decisions at the school level. And what you are seeing is what came up. from that, what we call a dipstick approach. Learners, enrollment, and admissions, half of the people that responded said that this is how they think they would want to use technology. Asset and resource management, if you have keyed in all your assets, then moving them and upgrading them and giving a report is very easy. Then 26% talked about financial records and budgeting and so on. And then on the right, you see the frequency. Most of them said that this data can be updated and collected monthly. And it's administrative data from teachers, from parents, everywhere. So the good thing is that you don't have to struggle. I know some of you might wonder how to get started. So if you look at those photos again, part of our work over COVID, we moved learning rapidly to the use of radios, solar-powered radios. So even people that are in those places where you don't have grid, where we don't have connection, then also we have a lot of sun. And that sun can be harnessed to even drive technology. So one of these, I again wrote to many people yesterday to check what solutions they have that can help you as head teachers. And I'm not marketing for them. You can check what works for you. One of these is a CBC app. It's a digital tool where you are able to simplify tasks, key in, especially the managing of the files. Rather than moving physical files of children, you can be able to key in information and be able to get reports using this app. And the developer of this even gave me his contact. Next slide, Mike Kipkorir. And there's even a video there that you can watch to see what this CBC app is about. Another example is Kurasa, and I saw that William, I think, will be speaking here. Again, Kurasa is offering a solution for different things. And this one, again, is something that you can use. And next, you will see there he gave us his contacts and even a video you can watch. And these two are just examples of what Kenyans have been trying to create for you. The prices that are offered, I think, are negotiable, and even at the system level, we can be able to adapt and scale some of these solutions. So I'm encouraging you on your journey. Get back to your school and just get started. However small you will start, just keep walking. Thank you, and again, congratulations, Kepsha.
Asante sana, we have a gift of appreciation. Thank you so much. By Irene, Madam Irene. Thank you so much. We have a gift of appreciation. Thank you so much, Daktari. Thank you so much. Thank you. Makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Asante sana. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, focusing on effective strategies for bridging the gender divide in access to technology and leadership opportunities in basic education.
She is a trailblazer in education, leadership and advocacy with a profound commitment to social change. Recognized as Kenya's youngest PhD holder in biomathematics, she has a strong academic foundation holding degrees from Strathmore and Egerton University. Her impactful career spans roles from teaching mathematics and chemistry to empowering young people through a high school mentorship program reaching over 200 schools across Kenya. Please welcome the National Gender and Equality Commission Secretary and CEO, Dr. Purity Ngina.
Makofi tafadhali, 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. The Director General, Kepsha, Chairperson and National Executive Board, any member of any constitutional commission, TSC,
and the other constitutional commissions, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is still an honor to speak 4 years in a row to address you and to meet my fellow teachers. I'm a teacher, and so I feel part of this group. And speaking to many of you, I hope my slides will be up in a minute. It's still really such an honor. Someone asked me recently, what can we do to support equality and inclusion? Because that is where I now sit as the Commission Secretary and the CEO of the National Gender and Equality Commission. And there's so much you can do. I'll give one story before I move to my presentation. I visited my neighbor and I found her demolishing her open kitchen. And she said, it looked messy. And I asked her, why don't you like the open kitchen? And she explained she doesn't want many things. And I asked her, do you know why we want open kitchen? And she said, no. And I gave her a story that if the kitchen is closed and my people are watching news, I miss a lot. But if the kitchen is open, I'm listening to their conversation, I'm watching news, I'm part of the family. And that is one thing, just being part of those conversations. If it is school, I remember when I was young, in our school, when they were building the toilets, they had built a house, and then one side is for male, and one side is for female. And I said, you know what? You should consider the numbers, because girls spend more time in the washroom. And so when the policies and the directive says this number of toilets, if you have this number of girls, follow it, because there's science to it. Statistics has shown that girls spend 2 times more in the toilet than boys. So if you build the equal number of toilets, it means you're denying girls an opportunity to be in class, because they will be queuing instead of going to the classroom. And so there are small things that everybody can do. We are now fighting femicide, and I hope all of us are doing something to ensure that our girls, no one is taking their rights and no one is discriminating them. However, the National Gender and Equality Commission does not just represent girls, it is a commission that represents children, youth, women, persons with disability, minority and marginalized, and older persons of the society. And so last year when I was here, we go to the next slide, I spoke about the power of educating the head, the heart, and the heart. And that time we were looking at this young girl, and I gave you a story of that young girl who went to school without shoes. And because of all of you, you gave her this microphone. If it is not because I went to school, I don't think I would be part of this conversation. And so I celebrate you, we see you, we know what you're doing, and we know, as the director has said, the CBC is here with us, and it is going to work because it's one of the best curriculum. And so some of these things, I recently got sworn in, and I am still very proud of getting up to that level. So National Gender and Equality Commission, next slide, is a constitutional commission. It is established through an act of parliament of 2011, pursuant to Article 59, 4 and 5 of the Kenya Constitution. And we have 5 thematic cluster. Of course, the Act has 16 mandates, and the main thing, we try to compress them into 5 areas. We are checking compliance. Are we compliant? I don't know whether Kepsha, chairperson, you are compliant if we are able to audit in terms of gender representation to that gender principle, and to that does not mean that the women take the that. Investigation and redress, if you have issues that you think your rights have been taken advantage of, we have the quasi-judicial powers. We have a legal team that is able to investigate and even to represent you in court. We do public education and mainstreaming matters of gender. If you are lost, you don't know what to do, you don't know what is this gender transformative, responsive, this is the commission to go to. We do research, and I'm very particular about research. I just launched the Equality and Inclusion Data Hub, where everybody who has research on gender, we can reanalyze it, it will find a home. And I think that is the best, and I was looking at the thematic cluster and thematic issues of the National Education Sector Strategic Plan, and the evidence is one of the things that is prioritized there. So any evidence, I think, is better for decision making, and research hence take a central position. And of course, we do institutional capacity strengthening. I was told to talk about gender digital divide, and so I decided, let me give you the statistics. You know, my background is mathematics, so I ran to numbers because I believe numbers will never lie. And if you can look at the numbers on your screen, is that 49% of men globally are on internet compared to 41%. And of course, statistics would tell us that sub-Saharan Africa, women continue to be left behind. In Kenya, for example, 72% of men have access to internet, with only 61% of women enjoying the same privilege. It is interesting that if you have two phones, a mulika mwizi and a smartphone, who owns the smartphone? And that is enough data to really say, you can see that I didn't have to collect the evidence, you just said it. It's a man who will have the smartphone and the lady will have the mulika mwizi. This mobile gender gap, the evidence of 2023, 39% of Kenya women have access to internet compared to 59%. And the data goes on. From the Bureau of Statistics, 62% of the boys, when we now come to the work we do in school, are comfortable using ICT tools as compared to that 8%. And this data really shows us that girls are still continuously being left behind. And hence, the question then we need to ask ourselves, when will we ever have equality? When will we ever get there? If at this point in time, technology seems like the new baby on the block, but we find that our girls have already been left behind. So in future then, even if you do any mentorship, what we are saying is that the girls will already have been left behind. And we need to do something as early as now. And in terms of leadership, my topic was on leadership and gender and digital divide. You realize that our own statistics of this year, 2024, from the National Gender and Equality Commission is only 40%. Actually, it is 37% of women that are in leadership. And here we are not talking about CEOs. We are not talking top leadership. We are talking about anyone who has an opportunity of making any decision. So, and this data, you can see now what happens that in the school where you have young president, I don't know whether they are still called president or the name has been changed, but the heads, the head boys, we used to call them head boys and head girls. The boys take 70% of the leadership in all schools nationally, and girls take 30%. In terms of school leadership, this data was released by Usawa Agenda recently. 56% of primary school teachers are women, but only 32% are in headship. And I think if you look at this room, I am not able to dispute that data. So what is driving this? I believe we still have cultural barriers, discriminatory social norms, where I think people still believe that women, their space is still not in the leadership, and we need to do something. We are the change maker. We are the teachers. We need to tell the boys and the girls at the classroom that any brother deserve to make decision and to be at the decision-making table. In terms of economic inequality, this is a big contributor, and I'm happy the government continue to do so much. There are many programs that are happening. I also had the director talk about digital literacy program that I read. Did case studies. When I was given this topic, we went with my team to look at what people have done. So we had many innovation hub, Techno Girl program that I saw doing very well in South Africa. I think they are models in Kenya and even outside. We need to conclusion, we bridge the gender gap. We have inclusive program, and let's do this together. For us to win equality, for us to win the fight against gender-based violence, femicide, It is not about National Gender and Equality Commission or State Department of Gender. It has to be all of us. We have to do this together. Collective responsibility, collective action. Thank you so much.
A big round of applause to Dr. Purity Ngina. We have a gift for you. A gift for you. In the meantime, Sailwind, over to you, Sailwind. And we have the gift that will be delivered by, once again, Madam Irene Karibu Sana. So ladies and gentlemen, in a moment, we should be receiving our chief guest. So please be on standby. Thank you so much. Well done, Dr. Purity Ngina. All right, thank you so much. And thank you for your questions. The menti.com platform is still on, so if you have any questions, comments, please post them very quickly in the next 30 minutes. Let's have maximizing the impact of the free education capitation funding through enhanced transparency, accountability, and effective utilization by primary and junior schools. We have Wekesa Khaoya, Chief Finance Officer, Ministry of Education. Mkaribisheni tafadhali, Sailwind. Karibu sana, 30 minutes. So all the panelists, please join Bwana Wekesa, the panelists. Dear panelists, please join Bwana Wekesa so that we make it quick. It's already 44 minutes past the hour, only 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Thank you very much, the leadership of Kepsha, honorable delegates, invited guests, colleagues from the ministry, good morning. As they come, I want to take a minute or so to acknowledge my teacher who is here with us, Mr. Frederick Simiu. He was my English teacher in primary. I want us to clap for Frederick Simiu. Thank you very much. Engagement, discussion with our panel. So I want to, first of all, allow my colleagues to introduce themselves, just the name and the department that you are heading within the State Department for Basic Education.
Here. Director General, dear delegates, all protocol observed, good afternoon. My name is Sarah Luther, Director in charge of internal audit at the Ministry of Education.
Good afternoon. Director General Education, Minister of Education, top officials from Kepsha, and all other protocols observed. My name is Agnes Muduo, Director Human Resource, Minister of Education. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mukera Gichigo, Head of Accounting at the State Department of Basic Education.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Hilda Karia, Director Supply Chain at the State Department of Basic Education.
Thank you very much. You may now take your seats. So you may now project. Okay, next page. Next slide, please. So that's the structure of our presentation. We are going to look at the overview of public finance management. We are going to look at budgeting, procurement, financial and accounting records, auditing of schools, likely audit issues and recommendations. So these are a few slides I'll just be running through. And we are doing this presentation in a context that we have moved around a number of schools in Nairobi, in Kiambu, some of the schools in Western. Yesterday we took quite a number of some hours to visit a few schools in Mombasa here. And we know what is happening in schools. So what we're going to discuss is based on our experiences, on our observation that a lot is happening in schools. So when we start with an overview of public finance management, just to say that financial management is a process of raising money or funds and utilizing it in order to achieve. I think you can move, huh? And utilizing it in order to achieve your goals. So financial management has two parts. We have, on one hand, you are raising resources. On the other hand, you are utilizing the same, but for purposes of achieving certain goals for the institution. In this context, the institution is a school. So you have to look at what is it, what are the sources, apart from capitation, what are the other sources? And we should be looking at those other sources and how do you spend the resources. But we know that this financial management is guided by the Public Finance Management Act of 2012. Also, just to mention that public institutions are self-reporting entities. They are self-reporting entities. Okay? So institutions, including schools, are self-reporting institutions. In other words, you are responsible for your own records, your financial records. Okay? How you raise money is your responsibility, apart from the capitation that we give you, and you report on what you have done. Next, roles of accounting officers, and this is given in the PFM Act, section 68, subsection 2, that the head teachers or heads of institutions are accounting officers on the basis of delegated function. So the accounting officer for the State Department for Basic Education has delegated that function of accounting officer to you as the head of institution or as the head teacher of a school. So you have that function, and we have therefore documented. I'll not go through all the functions, but as you can see, accounting officers are in charge of those functions, and one of them is to promote and enforce transparency, effective management, and accountability of the resources. So I'll briefly take you through the budgeting. Budgeting in schools. A school budget is a financial plan. It is a plan prepared by yourselves, which is expressed in a statement form showing the estimate of income, okay? Income expected to be collected in the next financial year. That's the coming financial year, the subsequent financial year, and the intended expenditure. So the budget is a plan that has two sides. It has the income side and it has the expenditure side. So it is a plan. So you look at all the income side, what are these sources and how you want to spend it. So as head teachers, we are supposed to prepare two budgets. We have what we call the recurrent budget and the development budget. The recurrent budget is for those school operations and maintenance, the day-to-day running of a school. How do you pay salaries for the workers? How do you procure books for learners? But development expenditure is on construction. For example, you want to construct classrooms, you want to construct labs, if we're talking about junior schools. So you need, as a school, or as the head teacher, you need to facilitate in order to declare all resources collected or received or planned to be collected and planned to be received. And part of it, these are just a few of those sources that we have identified. But I know, depending on every institution, you could be having other sources of income. For example, you normally receive capitation grants. You normally have parents' contributions for those schools that offer lunch and boarding programs. We have IGS, school income generating activities. We have donations. We have sale and disposal of assets and stores, special grants from CDF and other sources. I want to say one thing here, actually two things. Number one is that as we were moving around, we realized that when schools receive capitation grants, they are supposed to acknowledge receipt of those funds. And acknowledgement is in two forms. You acknowledge through a letter with the receipt, which you submit or you send to the sub-county director of education. But you're also required to acknowledge receipt of capitation grants in the NEMIS system. There is a module where you can upload that receipt as a way of acknowledging. Yesterday, when we moved around schools here, we were told that there is a challenge of acknowledging receipt of funds. So perhaps maybe in this forum you can share with us. Another thing I want to mention here is that we have a number of schools that are taking loans, bank loans, without following due process. So you are committing a school on a loan. Maybe you want to do an infrastructure, a classroom or something, or whatever other project that you have within the school. So you go ahead and take a loan, a bank loan, without following due process. Now, if you want to know the details of the process that you need to follow when taking a loan, then you can follow us. But it is illegal. It is illegal to take a bank loan as a school without following the due process. So to avoid pending bills, because we now have schools with a lot of pending bills, some of them as old as 3-4 years, you have not paid those pending bills. So you need to align your expenditure, the expenditure side of the budget, to the available resources, so that you are spending what is available. Don't plan to spend what you don't have, isn't it? It's as simple as that. So, of course, you review your planned expenditure as you continue implementing the budget. You can review. In the national government, we say it is supplementary. We call it a supplementary budget. But even in schools, after first term or in the course of second term, you can also review your budget. Then, of course, you need to seek approval of your budget from the BOM. So briefly about procurement. Are we there? Procurement. We have given the definition of procurement, which is acquisition by purchase, rental, and hire purchase of, let's say, goods and services. Okay? Timelines that are given within the PFM Act. And therefore, there is no other way. We are required by law to have these documents. Briefly about auditing of schools. Let's move to auditing of schools. Auditing of schools is also guided by the Constitution, the Article 229 of the Constitution. We have Section 5 and 6. We have the Public Audit Act of 2015, and this is what gives the OAG, Office of Auditor General, the mandate to audit all public institutions. So that's the Act. Number 3, we have the PFM Act 2012, Section 73, and this is more about internal audit of our institutions. So we are preparing you starting 2025, and this is very important because I know most of the schools, we have not been audited. We have never been audited by Office of Auditor General. But starting 2025, we are going to be audited by Office of Auditor General. Okay? So therefore, it is important, using the Act that I've just talked about, that you prepare yourselves, you prepare your records, financial books, so that you are ready for audit. Okay, so we have the internal audit, which provide the 2 functions. Number 1 is to provide oversight on schools, financial management, procedures, standards. But number 2 also is to review effectiveness of schools' financial controls. And we have the external audit, which is by OAG, Office of Auditor General, which is done at the end of the financial year. Very important, again, starting last financial year, we are required as public entities, we are required to have a 0-fault audit. What that means is that there should be no audit query for your financial records, for your accounting records, your procurement procedures. There should be no audit query. Okay? Either. So there should be no audit query. We need to achieve what we call 100% achievement of 0-fault audit reports. This is called unqualified report, unqualified audit report. Okay? So let's prepare ourselves. Let's be aware of the areas that will always bring in those areas. And I want to just share with you very briefly some of the likely, we are calling it likely audit issues. So as you prepare your budget and implement your budget, be aware that audit queries are likely to come from these areas. And one of them is unrealistic budgets leading to weak budget execution or pending bills at the end of the day. And we have those areas: lack of itemized budget, we have under procurement and compliance with the law, we have weak contract management, we have completed projects not in use. So if we have contracted a classroom and you are not using it, that's an audit query. Payments and supported and unauthorized expenditure, if you have that, there is an audit query that is likely to come from that area. And authorized irregular BOM meetings. If people have not attended a meeting, but you have paid them, or there are no minutes, you have paid, the problem. Human resource areas or issues that you have to be very keen with: lack of contract or agreement for employees, especially those casual employees, irregular payment of allowances. Reporting issues, non-compliance with public sector accounting standards, errors in financial statements, material and explained variances. Still under compliance, we have, for example, non-compliance with the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, and compliance to affirmative action requirements that the previous presenter just talked about. Governance issues, lack of board BOM meetings or board committee meetings, weak board of management, or the capacity of your board. So if you have weak capacity as a board, then you are likely to make decisions that are not within the law. Internal controls, again, weak controls in processes. How do you process your procurement? How do you process your payment, the vouchers, and so on and so forth? So recommendations, we are aware that all of you were trained through a program under KEMI on financial management, among other modules. So it is important, of course, as a ministry, we need to provide enhanced financial management trainings. We require of you to maintain proper records, including asset registers and others. Then, of course, it's important that we maintain a risk management plan. So generally, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we have. That's what we have prepared. I'll now open it up for any comments, observations, questions, if any, so that we have, I'm told we have about 8 minutes. So you can ask whether it's in finance, whether it's in accounts, whether it's in procurement, anything to do with the audit. The floor is now open. Please raise the issues. Thank you very much. In the absence of any question, I want to allow my colleagues 2 minutes each. There are 4, so those are 8 minutes. Those are 8 minutes. So I'll start with, let me start from the other end, Director Human Resource Management. You can make your comments.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, good afternoon once again. The only thing I would want to emphasize is about employment. Kindly, because your employers as school heads, make the Employment Act 2007 your good friend. On what basis do we employ? You must have the approved establishment and you must have authority. So for the non-teaching staff, I know you must have the minutes from the BOM. And when you employ, there must be a contract. And the contract must show the name, the terms of engagement, how much you are paying them. In short, what I'm saying is that that contract is so important that if an employee takes you to a court for non-payment, they're going to win hands down. So please be careful as you employ. We've been receiving letters from your staff due to non-payment, and it is a serious offense because it is total disregard of the Employment Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Head of Accounts, make your comment.
Good afternoon. Mine is just to emphasize what my colleague have said. For the last 1 year or 1.5, we have given a lot of resources in form of the JSS schools and also the primary schools. And with those resources comes with responsibility. So basically what is happening is that the Office of the Auditor General have become more active, just like your colleagues in the secondary sector who have been audited by the OAG, the Public Sector Accounting Board with the National Treasury. They are developing a template for both the JSS and primary schools. And the timelines are that by the financial year 25-26, you will be preparing your own financial statements as a separate entity. What you do now, even if you are audited, the permanent secretary in the State Department takes responsibility. But the moment that template is given, you yourself will be held responsible for whatever happens in your institution. So this is part of our engagement with you to prepare you for that eventuality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Director Procurement.
Thank you, CFO. I think you captured the procurement issues pretty well. Just to remind us and all of you that now you are accounting officers, delegated all the monies that are sent to schools. Just make sure in a nutshell, you need to have your budget, you need to have the procurement plan, and have the procurement law, the PPADA 2015, regulations of 2020, please have them on your desk in case you have any clarifications regarding understanding of the same. we are here to support. But the decisions that you take are decisions that you are accountable for. Just to remind you, accountability is key. Transparency of the process is also very necessary, because at the end of the day, when Kenya National Audit visits your office, it's purely on your records. So make sure every procurement that you do, from low level to open tender, you have a file for each and every of those procurements. Thank you.
Very much. Director, Internal Audit.
Yeah, thank you. Mine is just to reiterate what has been presented to you. Very importantly, internal audit is a support. And every issue they raise, I want to admonish us to take it very seriously, because that is what escalates into audit queries. And as had the message for this government is zero fault. So if we discuss our reports as generated in our board meetings, in our staff meetings, then we shall be able to look for solutions and take corrective actions to avoid what has been presented as possible issues. And whatever certificate that we receive from the external auditor, we also need to look at it very carefully and consider possible solutions. So 3 things, internal controls are key. They must be seen to be working. We have to exercise prudent governance processes and ensure that we are managing our risks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can see I still have 1 minute. I'm looking for what to say, because I still have 1 minute. But mine is to thank you. Thank you very much for your kind listening. In case of any further queries, any inquiries, we are somewhere in the stall outside here. So please come. We can expound on most of the things that we have talked about here. Thank you very much.
Asante. Many thanks. Thank you so much. Na tuna zawadi pia kuwatuza. Zawadi zao tafadhali. Bwana Hussein Dubat, please have the honor of giving the gifts. Give the gifts. Thank you so much. Asante sana, thank you so much for your time, your contribution. And remember, the Menti platform is still on. We have your questions. Because of time, we'll just capture the questions. The good thing is data is the oil of the 21st century. If you have posted it on Menti, it is there. It is captured. Very quickly right now, ladies and gentlemen, a key partner, ready to hear from our key partner. Let's have the screen. Please welcome.
He is a distinguished editor, writer, and publisher with over 20 years of experience in the publishing industry. He has contributed to prominent editorial projects for global organizations like the World Bank and the United Nations. As a regular columnist for the Nation newspaper, he shares his insights on literary and educational discourse, shaping the educational landscape in East Africa, championing high-quality learning materials, and fostering a culture of literacy and intellectual growth. Please welcome the Oxford University Press East Africa Regional Director, John Mwazemba.
Hello. Thanks a lot. I want to acknowledge Kepsha officials who are here, and the chairman especially. I can also see my brother Collins there. Thanks a lot. I also want to acknowledge Ministry of Education officials here. I've also seen my brother there, Dr. Mabonga. We've worked together in various issues and places, and all protocol observed. I only have a few minutes, so I'll take about 2 minutes and say something about Oxford University Press. And as I do that, I want to invite Susan to also accompany me here, who I work with at Oxford University Press. And before that, I also have my teacher here, my primary school teacher, Madam Jane. I think she's somewhere around here. We can give her a round of applause. Are you seeing her? Yes, let's give her a round of applause. Madam Jane, she taught me in primary school somewhere in Taita, and it has been a good journey. I really want to congratulate each and every one of you teachers, because you make a big difference in our lives. We wouldn't be where we are today were it not for you. So I just want to mention 2 things, maybe 2 or 3 things. One is that we have noticed as educators that the teacher is the most important, and the curriculum is very important, but we also have learning materials. That means the books, and that's where Oxford University Press comes in, and we've worked with Kepsha now for 21 years consistently as a partner, so we really want to give it up for Kepsha for that, and we acknowledge that partnership. As Oxford University Press, we've been in this country for 70 years, since 1954, providing world-class materials. We have been the first company to have QR codes in our books. So in our books, because of the digital literacy that comes because of the requirement of the CBC, all our books have QR codes where you scan, and I've seen some people have talked about digital here, and that's how we bring digital to you. So I just want to invite Susan to give us a few remarks. Thanks a lot, teachers, for all the work that you do. That's why we are who we are today, because of what you do. You make a big difference, even if sometimes you do not feel that way. I want to tell you that you make a difference. Looking at me and looking at many other people here, it is that teacher in the village somewhere, where sometimes those villages are not even on Google Maps. From those villages, you make that big difference. So thanks a lot. Be proud of yourselves for what you do. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, John, our Regional Director, Oxford University Press. We are glad to be here to launch the 360 Degrees Atlas. And if we can move to the next slide, we are talking about the primary school 360 Degrees Atlas and the junior school 360 Degrees Atlas, having realized that KICD has already launched the review of the products from grade 1 to 4 across up to grade 9. Therefore, meaning that for social studies, the rationalized books you're using need a reference book that is already rationalized. So the Atlas is out, 360 Degrees Atlas for primary schools and 360 Atlas for junior school. And what we've done, we have done a thorough research, and we've given you up-to-date information as far as the latest social studies content is concerned. And we've given you richly varied thematic maps, meaning that we have updated all our maps in the social studies atlas. And most important is the accompanying digital content through QR codes. I've seen most of us are using QR codes in the sessions that Bonamwakazi is taking us through. So you're already familiar with using QR codes. And so we have included QR codes in the atlas across different sections, meaning you can show through a demonstration how volcanic mountains were formed, how Rift Valley was formed. They can listen through the East African Anthem and many, many other, much more content. So we put it digitally in the atlas, knowing that digital literacy is one of the core competencies in CBC. And therefore, as we move to the next slide, you see there's a QR code for one of the topics or strands, and we can ask probably if we can have it play so that you can already see what that QR code is speaking to. It's talking about the volcanic mountains. And if you have a phone, you can even try to scan it and see how it plays out on your phone through the QR code scanner. And what you're seeing on the screen is after you scan the QR code, that's what comes up. And the explanation shows you what is the process on volcanic eruptions or volcanic formation. So this and much more is what we already have in our atlas, and therefore would ask you to visit us at our stand just behind the hall and see what we have for both junior school and primary school. And remember, we cannot put this content together and have one atlas cutting across grade 4 to 9 because the curriculum objectives and the learning outcomes for both middle and junior school are different. So middle primary objectives and junior school objectives are different. So that's why we have to separate the two and ensure that we give you products that are age-based and valid for both sections. So if you can scan that QR code, you see what it brings to you. So it gives me great pleasure to have us launch our atlas. If we can have Carol coming over and the Oxford team coming over.
Wow.
So we'll ask our colleagues to come here.
Sailwind.
As we enjoy this launch moment. So we are giving you the most comprehensive, most updated, rationalized atlas. And we'll ask our RD, John Wazemba, to help us with the launch. You can join us here.
Wow. Asante sana.
Let's have the Vice also join us here.
The Vice
Thank you very much,
Kepsha.
Bonafuad. And he'll assist us with the launching the 360 degrees Atlas, junior school and primary schools. Bakofi, Shangwe, Vigelegele. Here we go with the most comprehensive atlas in East Africa and Eastern Africa, in Africa and in the world. Thank you so much. We also have the next one.
Sana. Wow.
Thank you so much, Bonafuad, and our RD.
Oxford 360
degrees atlas for primary schools. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Asante
Kindly
sana.
grab yourself a copy at our stand and make sure you get yourself updated. Tumeshukuru sana.
Asante sana. Asante sana. Thank you so much, Oxford. Thank you so much, asante sana. Tunaweza kuketi, asante sana. Asante Sailwind. Thank you so much, Sailwind. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes. Our chief guest has already arrived. So in a moment, he will be coming in. I'd kindly request, with the same great respect and honor, we stand once he comes in with his delegation. But before that, let's have the screen ready. 5 minutes. The screen, please. Let's have the screen. Thank you so much. 5 minutes.
He is a visionary leader dedicated to revolutionizing educational resources in Kenya. His impressive career spans impactful leadership roles, including CEO of the Independent Police Oversight Authority, where he earned the 2017 Ombudsman Award for Exemplary Public Service, and Senior Deputy Director of Corporate Services at the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. His commitment to progress, integrity, and educational empowerment sets high expectations and promises promises a positive impact on Kenya's education system. Please welcome the School Equipment Production Unit Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Joel Mabonga.
Daktari, karibu sana, 5 minutes. Welcome, welcome, Daktari. Dr. Mabonga.
Kuja nami tuungane, tuache kuzozana, ukatiende mbele, wajua upendo hauna adui, hauna.
Thank you so much. Okay. So thank you so much. As earlier mentioned, let's just have the screen. Sound. So our chief guest is already here. Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, Felix Koskei, the Cabinet Secretary. They are well set. In a moment they will be coming in. And ladies and gentlemen, you will notice something extraordinary about the logo. We are making changes, moving forward. So ladies and gentlemen, I've been well informed. Dr. Joel Mabonga is already here, Chief Executive Officer, School Equipment and Production Unit, SEPU. A big round of applause for him as he takes the stage. Karibu sana, 5 minutes. Dr. Joel Mabonga, karibu sana. Dr. Joel Mabonga, karibu sana. But in the meantime, before you speak, let's all be upstanding, ladies and gentlemen, for our chief guest. Karibu sana, karibu sana. We celebrate you. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Kenya tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda, twajivunia sana tukijiita Wakenya, nchi yenye baraka
daima.
Twajivunia sana tukijiita Wakenya, nchi yenye baraka.
Thank you so much. Sailwind, asante sana. Asante sana. Let's be upstanding for the Kenya National Anthem and the East African Community Anthem. so much. You may kindly take your seats. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we want to welcome and appreciate the presence of our chief guest, Chief of Staff, Head of Public Service. A big round of applause for him. Thank you so much. Ministry of Education, well represented. Principal Secretary, Makofi Tafadhali. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to kick off this final installment as we also unleash the new look of Kepsha. And to guide us through that particular session, please welcome the one at the helm.
He is a dedicated leader and passionate advocate for primary education in Kenya. With over 20 years as a head teacher, currently at Donholm Primary School, his commitment to educational excellence has seen him rise through various roles. He is an influential voice on the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development Council and the Education Task Force. Please welcome the Kenya Primary Schools Head Teachers Association, Kepsha National Chairman, Johnson Nzioka.
The chief guest is our Chief of Staff and also the head of the Public Service and Secretary to the Cabinet, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Basic Education, the Secretary, Teacher Service Commission, the Chairman, Teacher Service Commission, and the Commissioners, Teacher Service Commission, the NAT leadership, led by the Secretary General, Brother Henry Oyu, the Group Chief Executive Officer, KCB Group Limited, the Group Chief Executive Officer, Cooperative Bank of Kenya Limited, Honorable Members of Parliament who are with us, Honorable Senators who are with us, all Chief Executive Officers who are present, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, partners, friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to stand before you today as we mark a significant milestone in the history of the best practices. This digital platform will foster community engagement, networking, and knowledge sharing among our members, allowing us to stay ahead in delivering quality education. Number 3, enhanced member services. As part of this initiative, Kepsha will be rolling out new member support programs, including leadership development, digital literacy training, and capacity building opportunities. These programs are aimed at empowering school heads to navigate the complexities of modern education management more effectively. And number 4, partnership and collaboration. The new Kepsha brand underscores our commitment to building meaningful partnerships with education stakeholders. Our collaborations with government bodies, private sector partners, and international organizations will be pivotal in driving innovation and ensuring that basic education in Kenya remains inclusive and sustainable. 5, commitment to transformative leadership. This new chapter places a stronger emphasis on transformative leadership. We believe that school leaders have the power to inspire change and improve learning outcomes through visionary leadership, and this will be central to Kepsha's work moving forward. Our chief guest, sir, we want to acknowledge and appreciate the support. Our deepest gratitude goes to you, chief guests, the head of public service, the CES, Ministry of Education, Honorable Julius Mingos Ogamba, the Cabinet Secretary for Education, the PS, Dr. Belio Kipsang, the Secretary to the Teacher Service Commission, Madam Dr. Nancy Jerry Macharia. All of you for your unwavering support. Under your leadership, we are confident Thank you. That, Chief Guest, that is an affirmation that what I'm saying is true, that we have been receiving this unwavering support. Because under your leadership, we are confident that significant strides will be made in advancing education in Kenya. We are truly honored to have you preside over this pivotal event today. I also wish to extend heartfelt thanks to our esteemed guests and partners for taking time out of your busy schedules to join us for this conference and the unveiling of a new Kepsha. Your support has been instrumental in bringing us to this point, and we look forward to continued collaboration as we move forward together. To my fellow Kepsha members, this brand reflects your dedication, hard work, and vision. You are the backbone of this association, and it is because of your commitment to improving education in Kenya that we are able to stand here today, ready to embark on this new journey. Looking forward, as we launch the new Kepsha brand, we reaffirm our commitment to transforming basic education leadership in Kenya. This brand symbolizes our promise to lead in educational information, innovation, champion inclusivity, and drive sustainable quality education for all. Chief guest, you might be aware, or I wish to inform you that on that last point of inclusivity, in the crowd here, we have heard teachers from Kakuma and Dadaab refugee camps who we invited to come and share with the head teachers of the mainstream schools on how to run schools and manage education. As we step into this new era, I invite all of you to join us in this journey. Together, we will build a future where every child in Kenya has access to quality education, where every school head is empowered to lead with excellence, and where Kepsha remains at the forefront of educational leadership in the country. Thank you all for being part of this historic occasion. Chief Guest, sir, allow me also to point out one or two things which have not been captured in my speech. One, I want to appreciate on behalf of these ed teachers that as we are here, grade 9 classrooms are in the process of getting constructed. Some are already complete, others are in different stages of construction, and we trust and believe by the end of this year, we shall all have enough space to accommodate our grade 9 learners. We want to assure you, as the head teachers, that we will not leave any child behind. We will ensure 100% transition from grade 8 to grade 9. However, sir, I want to request on their behalf that in the future, the budget which is set aside for construction of classrooms should be reviewed upward, because we believe and because we have been on the ground. The 1 million which is being set aside for a classroom is very strenuous. So if there could be some adjustments, then we shall appreciate very, very much. Again, sir, the classrooms which have been provided, which we are constructing, is for transiting the number which is in grade 8 to grade 9. But I also want to inform you that in some areas, the grade 8s are already congested. They have big numbers in one room. So we wouldn't like to have the same big numbers in grade 9. And if it is possible, as the year starts, we could have some more classrooms to decongest those who will be in grade 9. I want to appreciate, sir, that from 2 weeks ago, instructional materials have been delivered to our schools for grade 9. As we are here, we have left our deputy head teachers in charge of the schools so that they could be available to receive any materials which will be delivered to the schools in our absence in our conference here. So we are happy. KICD has been organizing for this delivery very professionally, and we have been receiving the instructional materials. We believe by the end of the year, we will have enough instructional materials for grade 9. Sir, as head teachers, we want to beseech you, because we know you are able, to help us to push for the implementation of the Presidential Working Committee proposals. Particularly, I want to impress on you that the capitation fund, which has been going to primary schools, is very minimal for the last very many years. And now that the Presidential Working Committee saw it wise to propose that that capitation should be adjusted upwards, I wish it could be implemented so that the children in our primary schools get their better share of what we have. Sir, I know these head teachers who are seated here, some of them come from your local area. You must have heard them talk about this. And because we all know these are the people who have been given the responsibility of implementing CBC, and they have done it very professionally. They have again been given the responsibility of ensuring junior school takes off, and it has been their duty, and they have done it very professionally. Sir, the big question is, their way, we can appreciate them. We can appreciate this head teacher from primary school, now head teacher of junior school. We don't know whether he's a principal, head of institution. But at a certain stage, we have grabbed the name principal. And we are only pleading for endorsement. And I'm very sure the kind of work they are doing, they will even do it better. There has been a cap on promotion of head teachers in primary, that they cannot pass D1. They cannot pass D1. Now that they have proved their worth, they can run the junior school very effectively. Can that be lifted so that we give room for the head teachers to progress? I know we also have schools in ASAL areas, and there's been a challenge in feeding the low-cost boarding schools in ASAL areas. If that one can be fast-tracked, the funding of the feeding of low-cost boarding schools in ASAL areas, it will go a long way in ensuring those learners who are in those hardship areas are kept in school. And lastly, sir, I know the issue of teacher recruitment has been something talked about. I want to request, we have seen it from the media that we are going to have some 20,000 more teachers. We are only wishing the government well to be able to spare some funding to have extra teachers, so that as we get to grade 9, we are not talking about staffing in the classes. We are also requesting for fast tracking of deployment for those teachers who are in primary schools and they are able to teach in junior school, for them to be deployed. And we are also saying there are those teachers who are in senior school who will not be very much engaged. They should be as well be deployed to the junior school, so that we have we manage the shortage of teachers. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much indeed. For the next 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 5 minutes.
He is a visionary leader dedicated to revolutionizing educational resources in Kenya. His impressive career spans impactful leadership roles, including CEO of the Independent Police Oversight Authority, where he earned the 2017 Ombudsman Award for Exemplary Public Service, and Senior Deputy Director of Corporate Services at the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. His commitment to progress, integrity, and educational empowerment sets high expectations and promises a positive impact on Kenya's education system. Please welcome the School Equipment Production Unit Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Joel Mabonga.
Our chief guest, sir, the head of public service, our PS, our State Department for Basic Education, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Our chief guest, sir, I'm here to speak about a state corporation called SEPU and what we are doing at SEPU. And I've titled my presentation, Affordable Options for Teaching of Sciences at Junior School. Our chief guest, sir, SEPU is a state corporation founded in 1976. It has a long history from the 1960s, but it picks up as a state corporation in 1976 with a mandate of designing, producing science equipment and learning resources for educational institutions. Given the time I've been given, I'd like to just have a look at the products that we are having. First, we have a mobile lab, a chief guest, sir. This is an invention that has been patented by SEPU, and we're able to provide this to our schools that are not able at the moment to raise funds for purpose of constructing a physical lab. This mobile lab comes as a mini lab for any teacher who is going to teach at a junior school. And sir, we have also in the process do laboratory fitting for our schools. In case of a school that has a classroom that is not used, we are able to do that, get in, do a feasibility, and be able to provide a lab within that classroom. So we are making an appeal to our head teachers that even if you do not construct a new building, and you have a classroom that you've converted into a game store with balls, nets, and all that, we can be able to utilize that classroom and ensure that it's a laboratory. We have done this in a number of schools, just giving an example of where we've converted classrooms into laboratories. This is at Hekima within Kajiado, who approached SEPU, and SEPU was able to do that conversion with them. The next star is just a show of Koitalel University College. They also approached SEPU to convert classrooms that were there initially used by Tambachi TTC into a lab, and we've been able to clear that as part of our mandate. We've done for Visual Oshop Primary School and put in place a JSS lab for them that we can be able now to go there, and these teachers are able to find teaching interesting. Done the same for Muguga Primary School, where we've done another conversion and repaired the lab that is there, and now for those teachers are able to do that. So we are also able within that to provide school furniture, students' desks, lockers, lecture rooms, lecture chairs and dining tables, and we provide quality. As a government institution, one thing we are not compromising on is we are not compromising on quality of the items that we are doing. And sir, you've given us a state corporation targets of ensuring that we're able to raise our funds, and this is one of the ways as SEPU, under the leadership of our peers, we're trying to ensure to attain self-reliance by supplying this furniture to our schools. We also stock chemicals and distribute this to schools. So upon construction of a lab, we're able to do that. We have moved and prepared ourselves for the science as we speak now. And now, sir, from January, we are going to have grade 9. We've come up with a junior science kit for grade 7 and 9, 7, 8, and 9, and that is how it looks like. And sir, for the interest of time, we'd just like to show this kit that is here for junior school is available, and we are displaying that in our tent. We are able to have put together a professional team to look at the harmonized curriculum and be able to come up with the content of this kit. And the members of that team are indicated here from the various government institutions. Lastly, sir, we had prepared to introduce to the members, teaching fraternity, our junior secondary school kit today. And sir, we had already requested
Thank you, Dr. Mabonga.
We had done a request to the leadership of Kepsha to allow us this opportunity today to be able to launch this. And we did speak to the chair of Kepsha, and sir, because of protocol, we hadn't mentioned that to you. We'd like to invite the chair of Kepsha to come up front just to be able to launch for us this science kit for junior school that is going to be available in our schools. And so that as we go to grade 9 next year, you can be able to visit us at our tent and be able to see this kit, how it looks like. We welcome each member to visit our tent, and thank you, sir, for having found time also to visit our tent. So I'd like to welcome the chair, just as the final act, to be able to introduce this junior school science kit and getting ready for grade 9 teaching in January 2025. I thank you, sir.
Asante sana. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Makofi tafadhali. Well done. Asante sana. Thank you so much indeed. For our next speaker, quick comment because of time, 4 minutes past 1 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen,
he is a transformative leader at the helm of one of East Africa's largest banks, overseeing assets exceeding $16.9 billion and a regional presence across multiple countries. His leadership extends to national initiatives advocating for sustainability in finance. His vision and commitment to growth and sustainability position KCB Group as a beacon of innovation and resilience in the banking industry, promising impactful contributions to economic development across the region. Please welcome the KCB Group PLC CEO Paul Russo.
Represented by Jane Isiaho. 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. And I think it's good afternoon already. My name is Jane Isiaho, standing here on behalf of our able leader and group CEO, Paul Russo, who would really have loved to be here, but then was not able to because of the call of duty. I also bring greetings from our MD Kenya, Mrs. Anastasia Kimtai, who also would have been here, but because of the same call of duty, was not able to be here. My name is Jane Isiaho, Director Retail for KCB Kenya, and very pleased to be here, standing before the people that are very important to me, indeed, because of the business support that we enjoy. And because of, in the interest of time, allow me to bring you the message from our group CEO. And because of that, I'm just going to read the statement that he would have wanted to present in this meeting today. So, first of all, our chief guest and head of public service, our PS, State Department of Basic Education, the national chair of Kepsha, all protocol that has there before been established. I wish to recognize and wish you a good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, all our distinguished and indeed honored, now I don't know whether to say head teachers or principal, but leaders. Yeah, it's a very good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here. I'm pleased to join you this morning for this year's Kenya Primary School Heads Association Conference and AGM. It's truly an honor to be in the company of so many distinguished minds. As we gather here today, we recognize the challenges that face our education sector. These include in the 21st century. Ladies and gentlemen, at KCB, we believe that education is the cornerstone of any progressive society. It is the foundation on which dreams are nurtured and realized, and it is our collective duty to ensure that this foundation is strong, resilient, and inclusive. To achieve this vision, collaboration is key, and educators, policymakers, and community leaders must work together to build an ecosystem that supports every learner's growth. This requires investment in our teachers, who are the architects of our children's futures. By equipping them with the necessary resources and tools, we can help them deliver the high-quality education our children deserve. KCB has traditionally supported the advancement of education across various levels. The bank, we bank the largest segment of both public and private schools, and we have maintained our position as a dependable partner over the years. Allow me to highlight some of how we are supporting schools and students across the country. First, our scholarship program remains a beacon of hope for many young learners. In 2023 alone, we have empowered 640 female and 686 male students through our scholarship. Among them, 22% that were awarded these scholarships are teen mothers, persons with disabilities, and survivors of harmful cultural practices. This effort has produced an impressive 98% transition rate to university, demonstrating the resilience of these students and the effectiveness of the program. You are aware, of course, that when we take students right from primary level, we put them under our sponsorship all the way to university. We have also introduced a new initiative in our scholarship program supporting student athletes, and we already have 50 student athletes under this program undergoing education as well as pursuing their athletic talents. In this digital age, education must evolve to remain relevant, and KCB has embraced this change by partnering with Codris Africa in enabling schools and parents to access coding lessons at discounted rates, payable through convenient installment plans. We also recognize the critical need to invest in school infrastructure to accommodate growing student populations and enhance learning environments. Through our innovative and competitive priced loan facilities backed by partnerships with both government and private schools, associations, we have enabled schools to upgrade their infrastructure, better prepare for the demands of the competency-based curriculum, and improve learning conditions for their students. Indeed, I heard the chairman mention the fact that you are constructing classrooms in readiness for school in January. And in the event that you find your contractor struggling to raise the funds to be able to put up that structure, and yet you know you have the money to pay at the end of the construction, please refer them to us, across our 207 branches. Our branch managers will be ready to facilitate them and ensure that they have those classrooms ready for you before you go for Christmas. Now, most importantly, in line with our commitment to sustainability, KCB is leading efforts to help schools adapt greener practices. We have partnered with learning institutions to promote alternative energy schools, reducing their reliance on wood fuel. Our initiative, which provides unsecured loans to schools for LPG cooking systems, has already benefited 72 schools by contributing 72 million in grants. By embracing these alternatives, schools not only contribute to environmental conservation, but also reduce operational costs, creating a win-win situation for both the planet and education. Furthermore, we are deeply committed to environmental conservation through our Linda Miti initiative, which aims to plant 1.2 million trees over the next 5 years. So far, we have 300,000 trees that have been planted, creating greener learning environments for our students and teaching them the importance of sustainability. As we look to the future, we must remember the profound impact that education has on the lives of young people. It is through education that they build their dreams and shape the future of our nation. I encourage all of us to instill in our learners a passion for knowledge, a thirst for discovery, and a belief in their limitless potential. Ultimately, the future of Kenya will not only be shaped by the policies we enact or the technologies we adopt, but by the dreams and ambitions of our young people. Let us embrace the opportunities for transformative leadership, especially in the digital transition, to build.
KCB, a big round of applause to the chairman as he comes to appreciate.
The CEO, who is a member of the board of the commission. Collectively, as educators, leaders, and stakeholders, as we venture into this new digital frontier, the role of transformative leadership goes beyond mere administration. It requires vision, strategy, adaptability, agility, and an unwavering commitment to inclusivity. This calls for a shift in the mindset. It necessitates an understanding that digital transition is not merely about integrating technology into classroom, but about fundamentally rethinking our approach to education, including administration of our learning institutions. The digital transformation should serve as catalyst to bridging gaps in the education system to address teachers and staff shortage, as well as curriculum delivery. We must advocate for equitable access to technology for all our schools, investing in infrastructure, training of teachers, and providing resources for learners, which will lay the foundation for a more inclusive education environment. As ends of institutions, we must champion initiatives that address the needs of vulnerable populations, including children with special needs, those in remote areas, pockets of poverty in the urban areas, as well as marginalized communities. Allow me, sir, to say that by harnessing the power of technology, we can create an adaptive learning environment and bridge all barriers that come in because of differences in our geographical locations. Allow me, sir, to enumerate a few things, and sincerely, this congregation and all of us, to take an opportunity to thank His Excellency the President, Honorable William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, for his visionary leadership and initiating education reforms that will no doubt impact positively on the current learners and the future of this country. Sir, allow me to say this, that as a commission, we have really benefited significantly because of allocation of high amount of money from the government. For the last more than 2 years, this government has allocated more than 900 billion to the TSC so that we can do our mandate. Sir, we humbly request you to pass our regards to His Excellency the President, because at his government, these teachers or the teachers will tell you they have exceeded expectations in their performance in the education system. So allow me to enumerate a few. One, the TSC, through the budget allocated by the government, we have been able to deploy 56,473 teachers. This includes 8,378 teachers who are deployed from primary schools and taken to JES, those who have qualified. And this process, sir, is ongoing, as the chairman has already put a clause. Allow me also to say that through the government of the president, we have been able to promote teachers, some of them on common conduct, others are on competitive promotion, totaling to about 120,733. Those ones have been promoted through this government, and among them there are teachers who are here who are hands of institutions. Please, let's give the government a lovely hand for that. As a commission, sir, we have been allocated money and we have retooled over 229,000 teachers so that they can get the necessary competencies necessary for implementation of the CBC in our schools. Allow me also, sir, to say we have also been conducting remote learning training, whereby over 163,938 teachers have received this training. This training assists in delivery of curriculum in all schools in this country using the digital platform. I would like also to inform everybody that in line with our commitment as a commission, we were able to launch the 2023-2027 strategic plan, whose aim is to ensure that we enhance efficiency and effectiveness service delivery to our teachers. That's why we have digitalized quite a number of our services to ensure that the ends of institutions sitting here and the teachers across the country, we serve them better so that they can be able to serve our teachers in a more easier way. The Commission is in the process of undertaking comprehensive review of legal and policy documents in line with the emerging new trends in education and adoption of bottom-up economic transformation agenda, which focuses on building, engaging, transforming, and achieving. We aim to cultivate a culture of innovation and excellence throughout the education system. Allow me to say, sir, we are working very closly with all the stakeholders, the unions, the end of institutions. And when the board went around this country, checking what the SN teachers are doing in ends of institutions, allow me to say this, sir. All of them, as the chair has said, they have exceeded expectations in their performance. In one ability, not only to midwife the CBC, but making it work efficiently and effectively. As a commission, you have no doubt that even when grade 9 comes, they will be able even to do better. Because they have the potential, they have the ability, they have the knowledge. Though the chairman said that he saw in the newspaper or in the media of the recruitment of 20,000 teachers, it is not in the media. It is an ongoing process, and sir, the teachers will be in classroom by 6th of January next year. We have also been allocated 1 billion shillings for promotion of teachers across the country. And immediately we are through with whatever we are doing, also we will be able to factor it in and do it between now and December, so that by January, the teachers here and others across the country will receive their promotion. There we have got 1 billion Kenyan shillings. Let's give a hand to the government for considering all those. With those many remarks, let me thank the teachers and say and commit as a commission that we will work closely with those stakeholders, we will work closely with the teachers to ensure that we deliver the curriculum in this particular dispensation. God bless you, God bless Kenya, God bless all the teachers of this great nation. Thank you.
Asante. And there is a gift of appreciation for you and your commissioners. All the TSC commissioners, please come forward, courtesy of Kepsha, Chairman Karibu Sana. Sailwind Band, Asante Sana. Teacher Service Commissioners, led by their chairman, Asante Sana. Gift of appreciation, Asante Sana. Well done, well done. Asante Sana. Thank you so much, Sail Band. Thank you so much. Up.
We have for our teachers. My colleague is the CEO Teacher Service Commission, Dr. Nancy Masharia. The regional, the leading role each one of us here is playing in shaping and guiding our children, who are the foundation and the future of our nation. It is said that when you invest in the future through investing in our children, then you are securing the future. And therefore today, you are the custodians of the future, because you are the people who take care of our children, and therefore taking care of that very important future that we are all looking into. You have increased responsibilities today, as already said by your chair, as people who have steered our junior school. We would want from the onset to say thank you very much. At the beginning of 2023, we were worried, but with your leadership, you have stabilized the ship, and we are now sailing without problems. And we are all aware that primary school level plays a very crucial role in the new curriculum, because it is the foundation in which knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes of our young people are nurtured to become well-rounded individuals, because CBC nurtures the potential of every learner. So we would want to thank you very much as those custodians of that particular foundational level of our learners. And it all begins with your stewardship and your leadership. Once again, this conference presents a perfect opportunity for all of us to take stock of achievement, as already said by the chair of TSC, the development and the challenges that we may have gone through while doing this noble duty of stabilizing the junior school while continuing to take care of our foundational level at our primary schools. Again, sir, as I would also like to take this opportunity to thank these 8 teachers for the support that they have given in the transition from primary school to junior school. I would want to say that your effective leadership has facilitated successfully the domiciling of junior school in our primary schools. So may I take this opportunity as I continue to commend you for the seamless and conclusive movement of our children from grade 6 to grade 7. Again, with your support and leadership, we are making critical progress in ensuring that the more than 16,000 classrooms that we require for our children to transition to grade 9 are being done and done with a lot of efficiency. We have been visiting a number of our schools. I visited quite a number of schools yesterday, both here in Mombasa and Kilifi. And one of the schools which we are building 6 classrooms, the classrooms are ready for usage in January. So once again, thank you very much. I would only want to mention, just like when we wrote a circular on the utilization of capitation of junior school, that we shall be asking and requesting you to put aside the resources that are meant for maintenance and improvement so that we can be able to acquire desks to ensure that the classrooms will be useful as we go into January. We shall continue to work with yourself as we engage with our development partners, that we ensure that there is smooth and seamless. The World Bank the other day, there are only 4 countries who have been able to achieve a 1-to-1 book ratio, and Kenya is one of them. So, as we continue, I would want to also confirm to you that this year, we shall make sure, just like in last term, in this particular term, that capitation we have found ourselves in as a country to ensure that the first charge of our resources go to our children through capitation. So once again, I'm aware that there is quite a lot of engagement that you have been undertaking in this particular conference, and one of it is leveraging on technology. Technology is the way to go because it will support us in both delivery and assessment of our curriculum. Already the Kenya National Examination Council is delivering assessment to our teachers' colleges through e-assessment. The exam that our teachers are doing this year, there is no physical human intervention. Both the delivery of the exam and the marking of the exam is leveraging on technology. Therefore, we look forward to leveraging on technology even in our schools. So as I conclude, I want to thank you that we have just concluded the Kepsha assessment without any challenges. And I want to thank you, my colleagues. I'm so proud of being a teacher that for this particular assessment, you are able to take charge of your theater. That this time, we didn't need to have a policeman to look over you as you deliver the examination. That is what we have always looked forward to. And we shall ensure going forward, we need to minimize the high stakes that we put into our examination because they are just rite of passage that takes you from one level to the next level. And as you go through the rite of passage, just like some of us did, then we have to do it in a way that is cheerful and relaxing. So, my good people and my good colleagues, thank you very much for bringing back the trust that Kenyans have in teachers and reducing the trust deficit. Asanteni sana.
Asante.
Finally, it is now my distinct duty to invite our chief guest, the Chief of Staff an head of public service to deliver his message. Let's all be upstanding to welcome him.
He is responsible for managing operations, coordinating policies and supervising staff. On behalf of the President, he is in charge of handling communication with ministries, state departments and agencies regarding the daily operations of the government. Please welcome the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, Mr. Felix Kosi.
A big round of applause, please, as we appreciate the PS. Asante Sana.
Let us have our seats. The Principal Secretary in charge of basic education, Dr. Kepsha, TSC Commissioners, the Secretary Teacher Service Commission, all CEOs and directors of SAGAs present, the chairperson of Kepsha, national and regional Kepsha officials present, union officials of various teachers associations, all delegates present, education partners present, distinguished guests. Good afternoon once again. It is my distinct honor to join you today as we inaugurate the 25th Annual General Meeting and Conference of the National Kenya Primary School Sales Association. In your stewardship, as head teachers, rests the fate of our nation's future. Entrusted to your hands is a duty, both sacred and transformative, to ensure that quality teaching and learning take root and flourish. In your hands lies the solemn duty to lead with integrity, to inspire not merely through words, but through deeds that resonate deeply and inspire all. As pillars of our educational institutions, your leadership lies the destiny of the nation. On behalf of His Excellency the President, I pay homage to your resilience and that of all the teachers who every day support our learners in an evolving educational environment. We also pay tribute to you for your unwavering dedication at these fundamental. We do so because primary education is not merely a phase. It is where we embed the essential values, cultivate skills, and instill the competences upon which students rely as they journey onward. Ladies and gentlemen, I was recently speaking to an old man from my back at home. Of a country, the kind of leaders that we are going to have, the type of teachers, soldiers, gentlemen, besides the parents and guardians, you are the duty bearers of the collective endeavor to build the character of our nation. Therefore, the overarching theme of this year's conference fuses the place of leadership and technology in building national character. The theme captioned as Transformative Leadership in the digital transition for inclusive and sustainable quality basic education in Kenya highlights the urgency of embracing digital innovation to ensure every child receives quality education regardless of their background. This calls on us to reflect on how best we can embrace technology and collaborate with relevant stakeholders in order to equip learners with the competences, skills, attitudes, and values needed to thrive in the 21st century's future of work. Since we stand at the crossroads of a digital revolution, for innovation, equity, and sustainability. The theme of this conference also aligns directly with this administration's agenda on building a digital superhighway and creative economy. This agenda underscores that the critical role of digital technology in advancing the access, equity, and quality across all sectors, especially in education. Our journey towards a fully digital education system is rooted in expand access to quality learning opportunities to every corner of our nation, even the most remote areas. With digital economy and platforms, students in undeserved regions can connect to the same educational resources as those in urban areas, closing the gap in educational equity. Digital technology enables us to break down barriers, allowing every child, regardless of their background, to have a chance at a brighter future. This digital shift also resonates deeply with the competence-based curriculum. Through CBC, we are not merely teaching content. We are preparing our learners with the critical skills they need to thrive in the 21st century workforce. The integration of digital literacy in our curriculum is a forward-looking approach that emphasizes creativity, adaptability, we want our students to be problem solvers, innovators, and leaders in their communities and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, the digital transformation sweeping across the globe presents us with a powerful opportunity to bridge the digital divide and elevate learning outcomes. This digital transition demands that we do more than just integrate technology into our classrooms. With digital tools and engaging learning experiences, fostering critical thinking and creativity in our students. However, to achieve this, we must ensure that every learner, no matter their background or geographical location, has equitable access to these digital resources. This commitment to inclusivity is not only essential for narrowing disparities in education, effectively. Professional development programs must be designed to equip teachers with in decision-making processes, giving them ownership in shaping digital learning strategies and fostering a culture of accountability and responsibility. As education leaders, we have a duty to articulate to envision and implement mechanisms that bridge for equal opportunity, excellence, and innovation in education. Corporate technology to enhance the teaching and the learning experience. Transformative leadership means guiding your institutions to adopt a digital tool that enrich learning, fostering a culture of continuous improvement, and setting a vision that prioritizes inclusive, quality education for all. Your leadership is at the heart of making digital literacy or an integral part of every learner's journey, equipping them with the skills to become responsible digital citizens and innovators of the future. Education is the foundation for the development of all sectors of our economy through the nurturing of human capital. Taking this into account, the government remains steadfast in its commitment to providing free, compulsory basic education as enshrined in the Constitution of Kenya and recognized as a fundamental human right. So to support this, we are committed to working towards ensuring timely capitation funding across all levels of basic education. In the spirit of fostering the rollout of CPC, head teachers play an essential role in the smooth implementation of junior secondary schools and in the effective sharing of resources where needed. This responsibility is vital, and we rely heavily on your leadership and dedication to make it a reality. Good governance is central to the effective operation of our schools. As heads of institutions, it is your duty to implement policies that promote accountability, prudent resource use, and the efficient running of school operations. I know your roles have expanded, your responsibilities have expanded. From purely managing primary schools, but now having additional workload. Now you are covering up to JSS, which has broadened your mandate. It has brought in a lot of responsibility, both administrative and also financial. In primary schools, you are getting about 1,500 shillings capitation per student, and now in JSS, you will be getting 15,000 shillings per student per year. So the responsibility so everybody will have something to manage. Everybody, every one of us here will have an increased spending space. That is why I'm saying governance. It is tempting when you take your calculator and you find out that you are going to have 5 million, 10 million. The head starts spinning. And you can easily find ourselves when we are walking along the road, whenever a vehicle passes, you'll be asking your friend, "Iyo gari ni shilingi ngapi?" siku hizi ploti ni shilingi ngapi kwa hii trading center yetu? Governance is really in hot pursuit to the responsibility that you've been given to manage resources. And these are public funds, as you are aware. No single shilling can a government accept to lose. And I know you are aware. Government machinery can use 1 million shillings trying to find out where 5 shillings disappear to. I think you know. I think you are aware that sometimes you get surprised. You are in your primary school in some corner of this country and you see 5, 6 vehicles arriving. From Nairobi, just imagine, every vehicle has spent 50,000, 100,000, coming to ask a very small question. So, now how about the money? So I want to urge you to be very vigilant, very alert. First, to know that these are public funds. That money is not mine, it is not yours, it does not belong to the committee or board of management, it does not belong to the chief, it belongs to the people of the Republic of Kenya. And therefore, it has to be managed efficiently, effectively, with a lot of keen view, because we have to account for every cent that we are given, because this money comes from the taxpayers. So I want to urge you to start reading the Public Procurement and Disposals Act. I want to urge you to start now reading Public Finance Management Act. I want you to start reading the guidelines as provided by the Ministry of Education. The circulars have to be on your table every minute. When you get a minute, you have to go through them so that you become a better manager, not only for the students or the children and the teachers, but also for the resources that you've been given responsibility to oversight. And in making sure that things are working well, it is not about the cash in the account or somewhere. It is about even maintaining the assets of government. The buildings, you don't have to let them deteriorate to an extent that you'll need more money to maintain than if you were very, alert in as far as deterioration is concerned. So we need to have a team, a huge team of public servants, of managers, of stewards, of custodians of resources that have been put under their stewardship on behalf, to be oversighted by them on behalf of the people of Kenya, the entire citizenry, and make sure that every shilling that comes your way is accounted for. It is very critical. You need to promote accountability. You need to promote and ensure that there is prudent resource use, and also you need to be stewards of efficient running of school operations. And I'm saying this because during this financial year 2024 or 2023, 2024, the education sector has been allocated 627.7 billion shillings, with 24 billion designated for primary schools and 30 billion for junior secondary schools. I didn't say million. What did I say? I was told if you are given $1 billion to count, you will count until you go to heaven. You will not complete counting. When you are counting day and night, billions. So when you get your 6 million, your 2 million, your 3 million, us here and the peers there, seeing the total sum, and we are applying the principle of what Jesus said. He said, even if you have all these, if one gets lost, what do you do? You go for that one, isn't it? That is why we are hired, that is why you are hired, and that is why any manager is hired. To go for that one that seems to have gotten lost, or which is likely to get lost. I want you people to be very vigilant and make sure no shilling gets lost. We want 627 billion to be utilized to the last cent in a manner that every Kenyan and institutions that have been mandated to oversight will say, yes, this money was deployed to various institutions and it was used well. You must have been reading in the newspapers. We have come up with a program or an initiative called Zero Fault Audit. When you are given money, spend it well and account. We don't want the Auditor General to come and say, there was a problem here, there was a problem there. You account your money. You account your assets, both human and material, because those assets belong to the government of Kenya. This includes issues of time, issues of presence by teachers, issues of ensuring that even the children, the pupils, also come to school, they start their classes in time, and they do justice to the time set. Because this significant allocation really underscores the trust placed in all of us to use these resources wisely and responsibly to benefit every Kenyan child. Accountability is key. Issues of corruption must stop. We are now rolling out money to primary school. Please be very good centers or institutions in government that says or that it will be seen to be institutions that has no corruption at all. Corruption is a very dangerous cancer that has totally frustrated development of this country. So I want to beseech all of us, I want to implore all of you, be very alert, ensure that corruption is alien in your institutions. Corruption is something that nobody knows in your institutions. By being accountable, by being people of integrity, and ensuring that there is no wastage. I'm saying this because when you go to some institutions across the country, you will see a very bold proclamation written, "This is corruption-free zone." But when you enter inside, a different story is happening. You'll be surprised that supplies, pencils, books, and everything else are being supplied either by the headmaster's wife or the head teacher's husband. And yet it is written, corruption-free, so that is corruption. You give business to your spouse, give business to your child, give business to somebody. No. Just advertise, let people compete, and declare if at all there is conflict of interest. So the time has come for us to stand resolute, to draw a line with unwavering resolve and restore the sanctity of our institutions and truly walk the talk. Let us not be people that will be, and you know, my friends, you are public servants, you are government. Wherever you are, you know that you are a government. You are the face of government. When you talk, the way you behave, the way you dress, that is what the people see. They see government. Kwa sababu wewe ni serikali. So you need to be very careful on how to project yourself, because you are projecting a bigger team, a bigger institution called government. So, ladies and gentlemen, the duty revolving upon and each of one of you is to ensure that the public resources committed to your charge are applied prudently so that every shilling directly supports and enhances learning outcomes. To achieve this goal, it is imperative that we uphold the principles enshrined in the Public Finance Management Act. Please get a copy. And the Public Procurement and Asset Disposals Act. Please get a copy. Because adherence to these statutes is not merely procedural. It is foundational for fostering transparency and ensuring impeccable audit trails. By steadfastly following these guidelines, we embody accountability and integrity, affirming our commitment to the responsible stewardship of public resources. Furthermore, I call upon you, each of you, to strengthen the capacity of your respective boards, empowering them to support efficient and effective resource utilization. Let us not intentionally prioritize activities and investments that directly contribute to improving our students' learning experience and outcomes. As stewards of public funds, you have the responsibility to foster a culture of accountability. This means ensuring that all actions and decisions are guided by transparency and integrity. Such a commitment builds trust among stakeholders, students, parents, and the community, and encourages their active involvement in the educational process. And ladies and gentlemen, I really want us to really reflect. We are a little bit older now. Just reflect 30 years ago, 40 years ago, how the teachers were revered, how the teachers were real model. In society, back at home, some of us were always checking what kind of shoes that the teacher wears, what kind of a shirt. As you are walking around, you even smell what the teacher's house they are cooking, so that you can go and put pressure at home. Tunataka kula kama mwalimu. Whenever they were people who were honorable, they were investors, they were, they were role models to each and every citizen around them. I want us to go back there. I want us to be good role models. I want us to be the leaders of change in our areas of operation, so that the entire population will have somebody amidst them that they aspire, they pray to be like. And it is only us to make sure that we turn around, we reorganize ourselves, and move forward and lead the pack and become those role models that we expect that the people will really admire to be. High performance in our educational institutions starts with committed leadership. As heads of our schools, your presence and commitment to your duties shape the success of our schools. I encourage you to be diligent in managing the implementation of competence-based curriculum, which emphasizes the holistic development of learners. Your role is not limited to administrative duties. It extends to safeguarding students' welfare and creating environments where learners are safe and feel supported. I commend the successful conclusion of the 2024 Kenya Primary School Education Assessment and your contributions to making it a success. On the critical matter of child protection and safety, we were recently reminded of the serious consequences of inadequate safety measures with the tragic loss of young lives at Hillside Academy in Nyeri County. This loss is a solemn call to action for all of us. I urge all heads teachers to strictly adhere to the safety and standards manual for schools, ensuring that every facility meets or exceeds the required safety standards. These guidelines are not merely recommendations, but essentially safeguards for the well-being of our students. Together, let us foster a safe and secure learning environment where every child can thrive free from preventable harm. Discipline in our schools is essential also for a conducive learning environment. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that students understand the importance of self-discipline and respect for rules. A growing challenge is the presence of drug and substance abuse among young learners. I urge all head teachers to remain vigilant in curbing this vice, engage parents, communities, and counselors to promote awareness and preventive measures within schools. I urge you all to work together to ensure that digital resources are used to enhance access, equity, and quality across our education system. By embracing this transformation, we are not just adapting to changes. We are shaping a future where every learner has the opportunity to succeed and thrive in a world increasingly defined by technology. This is our moment to lead boldly, to innovate inclusively, and to create a sustainable foundation for a digitally empowered generation. Thank you for your commitment to this transformative journey. Let us strive to make Kenya a leader in inclusive, quality, and sustainable digital education, and above all, an education with character. I want to add and respond slightly to what my previous people who came ahead of me, especially the chair of Kepsha. We are really aware that your role, as I said earlier, has expanded. And there are 2-3 things that needs to be done. One is capacity building. We need to do a lot of capacity building, and I acknowledge what you want to do with the renewed Kepsha strategy and everything else. Trying to have capacity building around financial management, capacity building around enhancing management skills, capacity building in ensuring that you get skills in managing assets around because of the expansion of the mandate that you have. And as government, we are aware. We are aware, and there are processes and means of ensuring that whatever you do is reviewed and assessed, and an acknowledgement will be made in one way or another. Secondly, we also, as government is putting much resources in with support by the donors, of building 11,000 classrooms. The government has also set aside about 3.4 billion shillings, and it has asked also our members of the National Assembly to match the same shilling to shilling, so that we build the difference. We build the 7,000 classrooms. So we urge also our leaders, our members of parliament, to also make haste and provide the resources, so that as we are finalizing construction of the 11,000 classrooms that the peers are said by next year, early next year, they will be ready. We want also the 7,000 that is remaining to also be constructed and completed in time to enable us to have enough facilities for our children as they are moving to the next level. You are drivers of development. You are drivers of change. And I still insist that let us see that change that you are driving. Let us make you our champions as public service. Whatever we want to do back in the countryside, the best, and I was discussing with the peers the other time, the best structure that is very near to the people are primary schools. If you want to disseminate information on issues, universal health care, if the teachers, especially in primary school, embraces it, everyone in that village, in that corner, will get it, and they will understand, because they have somebody amidst them who understands, who will tell them in the language that they understand about it. So we value your system, and you will see government increasingly using Kepsha network, increasingly using primary school network, teachers, head teachers, and everybody else, so that government will proceed and start delivering as one, what we call a whole of government approach. You will be at the center of a whole of government approach, because there is no any other way, the easiest way, the most efficient way to reach the people on the ground is through the network that we already have through education system. So you are critical in everything that the government wants to do, and I want to urge you to be aware that you are very, very crucial, very critical. Besides really building a foundation for our children, you are also very critical as role models in those places that you are in. We are continuing to unpack the Presidential Working Party Working Committee report. The implementation is going on. Issues of capitation is being looked at, and many other proposals and recommendations given are being looked at the ministry. And things are rolling out slowly but surely, but you will see a lot of improvement in the space that you are working in. The chair here mentioned about the cost of a classroom, that 1 million shillings is not enough. I know it cannot be uniformly the same, but with innovation, as much as we are reviewing the cost of, the cost of materials, the cost of labor and everything else, we need again the ministry to work very closely with TVET so that the expertise and the competences around TVET can help in those respective places in terms of supervision, in terms of design, and in terms of ensuring that these classrooms does not cost too much. It may be $1 million, it may be slightly higher, but as we see, the average cost of a classroom, as we speak, still is $1 million. But the reviews are done every other time, depending on the cost of materials that are needed to do that. Otherwise, I want to assure you that children in urban areas will continue having their food. The ministry has very robust system of ensuring that all those children that need food in those areas are catered for without any misses. And we are going to ensure that we will mobilize both government resources and also development partners' resources to ensure that no child will miss school because of hunger. Government will ensure that the food provision is done every other time that is required. So in concluding, then permit me to reiterate that an education with character transcends academic success, shaping individuals into moral beacons for society. In this way, education becomes the light of the nation, guiding our collective journey towards a future of shared prosperity. It is now, as I finish, my great pleasure to declare this conference officially open and look forward to fruitful deliberations. Thank you, and God bless you, and God bless Kenya. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. A gift from the Kepsha chairman. A gift, tafadhali. Thank you so much. Walimu, naomba tutulie kidogo tu, tunamalizia. Asante sana. And now we move on to the launch. Makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much. Chief of Staff, asante sana. Wow, that's the Kepsha shirt. You're part of the Kepsha family. Asante sana, asante sana. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for the launch. Asante sana. Asante sana. I'd kindly call upon the National Secretary, National Treasurer. Kepsha, tafadhali mje. Bwana PS, tafadhali karibu. The Secretariat, mje tafadhali. Sail Band, asante sana. Just a moment. National Board, tafadhali mje. Kepsha, tafadhali mje hapa mbele ili tuweze kupiga picha. Chief of Staff, we are ready. You'll be given a Caesar, and all of us will be upstanding so that we can have a countdown, and then we will have the launch of the logo on the screens. Just a moment, band. Asante sana. Just a moment. Thank you so much. We are ready. Asante sana. Let's all be upstanding. We have the countdown on the screen. Let's have the countdown, please, on the screen. Let's have it. Let's see the countdown, please. 8, 7, pamoja tuhesabu. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Makofi.
the Chief of Staff, mine will be a humble task. It's an ambush that I move a vote of thanks. And I must confess that an ambush to move a vote of thanks could not have been timed better. Because I'm moving it at a wonderful time. When we have had a wonderful moment, you've given us a great speech. You've touched on values and especially integrity and reminding us to be good stewards, especially of the resources that come with the expanded responsibility as heads of both primary and junior schools. And I remembered my lecturer in the university telling me what integrity is. And the good professor told me that integrity is doing the right thing, especially when no one is watching you. And I think that sums up your speech well. And finally, you have helped us midwife our new look Kepsha with our new logo. And it could not have been done by a better officer in the country because you've given us hope. And as we move forward, we assure you that we are going to deliver. God bless you. Asante sana. May I now call upon Bishop Makime to come and close it well with a word of prayer. Kepsha hoye!
Hoye.
Thank you very much.
Bishop Karibu.
May we all now kindly be upstanding for a word of prayer.
Word of prayer, please.
And definitely, Chief Fundi wa Mitambo, after word of prayer, the national anthem.
Let's bow for a word of prayer. Father, we thank you so much, God in heaven. We appreciate that this day has been a success. We thank you for bringing our chief guest and all those that have been with us since the day started. We pray that you receive our thanks, our worship and honor. And even after this, God, we pray that you direct our steps. Jehovah God, wherever we shall be, even as we prepare for tomorrow, we pray that you guide us. And as leaders, we lift our country to you in prayer, asking that Kenya will continue to grow, develop, and become greater and greater day by day. We subject our children and our communities where we serve, that you may bless them. Them that could be toiling in problems, struggles, we pray that you deliver them. We thank you and we praise you, for this is our humble prayer of faith. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
The Kenya National Anthem, please. I kindly request that we remain where we are as we allow our chief guest to leave. Let's give way. Asante, makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Got a message for you.
Thank you, Sailwind Band. Tomorrow we meet at 8 in the morning. Asanteni sana kwa kuja. All the best. God bless you. See you tomorrow. Sailwind Band.
be the one. 'Cause